Everybody, and I'm the only person here at the moment, I guess, but that's all right. I'm sure people will turn up very shortly. There we are. There we go. RUXP4. Yeah, the Scorpion King. How you doing, buddy? I know I'm the only person who calls you that. Anyway, so we got 4 watching now. There we go. So we're off and running. Let's just stop that music for a second. There we go. Okay, let's get going. What's been happening? Robert, how you doing? Yeah. You won't eat scorpion. Actually, there's one of the channels I'm going to cover this morning. He had a few bites of a scorpion in his last video. I think he got 3 bites through it, and then he gave it to somebody else. But anyway, it's one of those sort of tastes you have to acquire, I'm sure. Anyway, moving right along. So we have this format where I sort of hopefully introduce you to a few other channels around the YouTube scene in Thailand, because we're all in Thailand. We all love Thailand. So let's get that up and running while people get together and join with us, and let's talk about something YouTubey. Okay, so what we got? Starting from the top. Well, of course, I just released that's our live video. Forget about that one. That one doesn't actually sort of work because it's just the way that the system works. Yes, exploring Bangkok. This is the boys on their last day in Bangkok. That's my last video. I put it up a couple of hours early. I normally would have waited till midday, but you can definitely have a check out that one at your leisure. Who else we got? Chuck. What's he been doing? Billy, how you doing? Good to have you join us. Okay, so Chuck, what's his video? There he uploaded. He's gone on a fishing trip. So he's still stuck in Texas. So he's not doing any Thailand at the moment, but he'll be back soon enough. Thailand Unplugged. He's continuing with his little, news circuit business. It's quite an entertaining look at the news and views around Thailand. Again, similar to what I'm doing, and it's just a little bit of a light-hearted look at what the channels are doing. Colin in Thailand. Tagged by a monkey at Wazza Tam Khao Chaang. If I've said that right, I probably sort of completely screw these names up most of the time. So that was his last video. Yeah, definitely check out Colin. Colin's been sort of plugging away at the whole YouTubing scene for as long as I can remember, as long as I've been doing it. He's very much focused on temples and the area of Kanchanaburi, so if that's the sort of area you want to sort of check out, then check out his channel. Dan in Thailand, actually, I did catch this video yesterday. Actually, not the Goodbye Ho Hin one. It was this one here. Okay, no, the one that I was looking at was something that was on his, maybe it's done a bit before. He actually, it was probably on his website, but he was talking about some comparisons between buying a new property and buying a used property. It's probably back here a couple more, I don't know. But anyway, what else has he got? Goodbye Hawaii. I don't even know what he's talking about there, to tell you the truth. I'm trying to keep track of Dan because, like, he posts on video on his YouTube and on his website, and I get emails for his website, and it's just a bit of a chore trying to keep up to which one's the most current. Anyway, Bangkok travel. He's just doing his usual daily, almost daily live streams around the place. He did visit the King Power Tower. In direction Bangkok. He's been very, very busy with his out and abouts. Again, I think people are going for this daily video vlog. I think it works in some respects, but it sort of gets too much the same, and people will sort of start to drift off. That'll be my critique on that, but he's giving it a go. I said, a lot of channels sort of do build very quickly if they get those daily vlogs out, but whether you can do it after 3 months and keep the content interesting, that's another matter. At the moment it's doing all right. Yes, some street food. He did a wander around. He's been doing some wanders around near the main entrance to the main river that goes through Bangkok. There's a fort down there and a few other interesting things. I haven't actually been down there to look at it. I've been to the the what do you call it, the sort of fort on the other side of the river that I've been to. But yeah, anyway, but he's been out there. He's been sort of checking out some condos, doing his very much unique style. Johnny Siam, hold on a second. Ultimate Saints fan. Hi, beautiful. Any hot tea girls? Probably not in this video, of course. Probably not. I probably should get out of the front of the video as well. There we go. Let me put me down there. Slacker I am. Tim, how you doing? Be back later. Okay, we'll wait for you to get back later. Dan has left Hua Hin and moved back to Pattaya, has he? Oh, his videos seem to indicate that he's still in Hua Hin. But yeah, I get you. So that was his last video. He's gone back to Pattaya. But he's a man of, many talents. He's just wandering around the place, and I think his heart's in Hua Hin, but I think his business concerns are over in Pattaya, so he has to flip between the two of them. Johnny Siam, he's just been doing his unusual, weekly live chat reviews. Do More Life. Again, I think he was actually doing a live stream a little while ago. Looks like that's finished. But that's basically what he does. He does his live streams, and what was this one? Your 10-minute Do More Life update. I think there was a quick special video I did for just talking about a particular topic. Brian's Thailand. Now, I do actually enjoy watching Brian's videos. He does some great drone work, and he's been up there in Chiang Rai. So he did some boat racing and fly fishing with Gordon Tickle, and again, sort of a bit of a fly around in the northern parts of Thailand there. Some great drone work. If you really like the drone work, he's quite good at that. He's been flying drones for quite some time now. Live Travel Asia. Last one he did was a little motor scooter ride around the centre of Bangkok. Basic his take on traffic and everything else. Definitely worth checking that out. The previous couple of videos there is, a bit of clickbait with his girl's ass on the photo there. Let's not go into the clickbait photos. He does a very good video. NTD and Nick, what's Nick's been doing? So, Choi Soy Chinese restaurant. So he does a restaurant review and the guest house. Our Thai journey uploads there. So the latest one, he's doing his Lost series, which is he's picking out specific BTS stations, getting off, and trying to find his way around, basically navigating on the street. G'day Chris B, how you doing? Serena, Thailand. She's not really sort of helping the Farangs though lately. She did the video there from Phuket, but she's basically sort of seems to be targeting a Thai audience lately. She was doing a lot more audience participation, with speaking English, but now she's drifted back into the Thai, and she's not putting any subtitles on because that takes a lot of work. Talkback Thailand, he's talking about his next guest this weekend. So he's got a couple of little promo videos there. Definitely be tuning into those ones. That's this afternoon at 5 p.m. Thailand time, and tomorrow Thailand time 5 p.m. Thai Girl Gift, she's been doing a little bit wandering around with her mother and saying a few things about local life, and obviously she's missing her boyfriend. His boyfriend's still over in the States. Maggie's tour. Maggie's tour. Maggie's journey, sorry. She'll probably kill me for that. Zero Cool, how you doing? My friend Faye is on, that's the one, your friend Faye. She's on tonight's in 7 hours, that's right. Thanks, Don. And I'll be choosing into that. And I think, she hasn't really reached out to me yet, but if she does reach out to me and start putting her videos up on the Thailand Vloggers Hub, then I'll definitely sort of put her in the review list as well. I don't want to spruik anybody that really hasn't made any sort of contact, because you know what it's like. There is this little bit of a subculture in Thailand that seems to get a little bit, weird. So these are people. These are channels that of people that I've met and work with. Not work with. I associate with, talk to, and they post on my video channel, my Facebook group. So in one sort of sense that they've approved me sort of giving them a bit of a heads up on the channel, so because they're part of that's the community. But if they're not part of that community and haven't reached out to me, I don't know whether they want to be reviewed, and I don't want to put anybody the wrong highlight, the wrong sort of context. They've got to make an approach to me before they'll go on this review part of the process. But anyway, Maggie's obviously, where we've been talking on camera and off camera. Hopefully she'll get and join us on the Discord at some stage. But as I said, I'm still slacking. I haven't done a little workshop on how to join the Discord yet. And by the way, if you're watching and you want to join the Discord, there's a link in the description box down below that will give you, the actual Discord link. It's a browser thing. You have to tune your audio stuff working, and then you'll come in, and then you can be part of the actual commentary of the program, which is about 8 seconds before what everybody else sees. So you've got to remember that stuff. Yeah, I know she's got 70,000 subs. Yeah, she's been doing it for quite some time, but she's quite a cute Thai girl, and part of that is that's why Thai girls tend to get quite a lot of subs, because they're cute. Yeah, and all her videos are in Thai as well, so it's another thing that she's talking to a particularly different audience. But yeah, she can always sort of join us in, like she does speak English, so she's always welcome to join us over here. Yeah, thanks for that, Don. By all means, just put the word through. I'll be watching tonight, and maybe if Stephen sends me a link, I may even join. I don't know, if I'm around, that is. Ian Welldale, again, life in, he visits a cave up there, and he gives a few words on the TM30 update. Thai with Sarah, this is something that hasn't reached out to me, but I've reached out to her to say, come and post your links on the thing. She hasn't actually replied, but I think it's something I've been watching is Thai with Sarah. It's giving some nice little tips and hints on the Thai language, which I find quite interesting, and most foreigners may actually find that quite useful. Thai-tastic. He's done a little bit of a promo video there again. He does some weird stuff. Where is it? What's his... that's 2 years ago. What was the video? Yeah, so did this little... It's like what I would call a little advertiser piece, which I thought was quite interesting, but it's really no content in there. Foreigner Joe, he's still stuck over there. He's talking about, he does an interview with a Vietnam survivor, and again, he goes on, he's doing a drive around there, talking about his girlfriend Gift there and how they met, so that's quite an interesting video. One of my favourites that really doesn't get many subscribers is this guy Mick. He does nice short little pieces, and you definitely, I always say, definitely worth recommend. Oh, I've reached. He's posted on our group, and he's just got a nice, bubbly style, which I think is sort of something that seems to be missing in the Thailand genre. I know I could never emulate. The guy just seems to be just like everything in Thailand for him is just fun. Right, and he does a bit of a ride around in his motorcycle, and goes and checks out a couple of places down in Chonburi. So, Pattaya is a fairly large area, but Chonburi is the is the province, and there's a lot more to Chonburi than just Pattaya. So, g'day Mossy, how you doing? On your way to Rosehill Racecourse in a taxi. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. I've been to Rose Hill Racecourse a couple of times. I think there was a caravan show expo out there once, and then a mate of mine took me out to Rose Hill Racecourse for some trots. And I won a bit of money on the trots there for that night. It was quite good. D3, go the Tigers. Tigers? We're talking about the Tigers? Mornington races. Mornington races today, okay. JT, how you doing? Oh, JT. I must be dyslexic. TJ, how you doing? Jim Barr, good morning. The Tigers, yeah. Well, we're talking about the Sydney Tigers, the ones that merged with the what do you call it? The Magpies. We're talking about them, aren't we? Like, I was a Tiger supporter. I wasn't so much of a Tiger supporter when they merged with West, but now they call themselves West Tigers, I think, don't they? How are they doing anyway? I don't follow the football much. Anyway, so look, definitely check out Mick's channel. He's worth subscribing. I think where he's missing out, he needs to get out a video once a week. His videos are a little bit, so that was the sort of uploads. So 2 weeks ago, 1 month. He's getting a week. It looks like he's getting a video out probably once every 2 weeks. Maybe that's all the content he's got. But the thing is, the content is always live and fresh. Again, Rob, what do you get sort of having? What's his latest video? How to save some money in Thailand. He does a bit of a sort of a short video there on sort of saving money. Everybody likes to save money, so check that out. Andy Wright. What's the recent activities? Is that it? Yeah, so channel update, patio adventure, introduction number 1. Okay, Graham and Pie. Well, again, I don't know whether she just changed the channel name. But yeah, so she does a bit of a live stream on the farm there, and she's been a couple of live streams on the farm. And Outboard Thailand. I couldn't work out, so it's a farm update, 18th farm ups. He's used the same thumbnail. I haven't actually checked this, only just came up yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to watch it. But he's a commenter on our channel, so he's again it's more about the life and living in the rural Thailand, and Thailand's just not the big city. There's a lot of rural Thailand. Anyway, so that's enough of the channel review. I don't know if there's anything else I've missed there. Close that, and we'll just minimise that. Oh, close, doesn't matter. Close that. So, how has everybody been doing? Let me go back to the bigger screen. I've actually been talking to the lads. That's the last video, and they're gaming at the moment. But Seeker said he might sort of pop in and say hello. Well, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. So, what's been happening at everybody else's side of the world? How long are you going to go for it? I don't know. It's really up to you guys. I plan to do an hour. I've got some articles that we're going to cover shortly. But, sort of just take a few minutes break here to wet my whistle and see if there's any particular questions anybody's got at the moment. Ray, how you doing? Good to have you join us. Stephen Monash, 5k subs, Wazza, yeah. That's sort of I had the sticker up on Monday. I think I've still got it here somewhere. And yeah. Oh, it's actually something I was going to mention. So I think it was about a month before I hit that 5k. It was quite interesting, the fact that I was, I think, 4,960 subscribers, and it was like going up like one a day or something there, and it sort of looked like the 5,000 subscriber mark was never even going to get there. And I'm going, what's going on? And I thought there was really no difference in the material. But as soon as it seems like as soon as I launched this live streaming sort of side, and we got over that 5,000k mark, I think I'm now 5,060. So I've actually had 60 subscribers in the last week, which is bizarre. Was it last week? Maybe this is the second week. I don't know. 16th, 28th, so 10 days. it's almost like that. There's this line in the sand in the Google algorithm that as soon as you hit that 5,000, you get promoted more. I don't know. I don't think there's any difference in the actual material that I've been doing. I've been doing the exploring Bangkok, hanging out with Chanya whenever I can get the chance, and the live streams. And there's nothing really different been going on the channel. Maybe I got a little bit more confidence in myself that I actually made the 5,000 subscriber mark. I don't know. There's all a lot, a little, but again, what is it? We're trying to talk about that just before the live stream started, and the guys, on the other YouTube channel, they had a few things to say about it as well. There are those sort of magic numbers that the algorithms sort of get tweaked on. Back in the day when I was doing my climb to 1,000 subscribers, we had AdSense or not AdSense, and anybody could apply for AdSense as long as you had a few videos up. And I did a test back then. Of course, we had Ray doing the channel reviews and everything else, but I was sort of very anti-advertising at that stage. I've lived my life, for probably 20 years without watching TV, and anything to do with advertising is something I was always trying to turn off myself. And I did an experiment. So I had my channel monetized, but I never actually turned it on. So I turned it on, I think, in October that year, and then I had a sudden increase in subscribers. I can't put that down to the fact that whether that was Ray and doing his review channel, because that's when I started, people got to know my channel was there because through Ray's reviews. But then after about a month, I turned the AdSense back off again, and the climbing rate actually reduced. So I gained 80 subscribers in a month, and then I turned it off, and I only think for the following month I only had 40 subscribers, and I was trying to do some research, and it made sense, the fact that once you got monetized, right, YouTube have a reason to promote your channel because they can actually then sell their advertising to their advertisers because their ads are going on your videos. So that's why I've always had the AdSense turned on. That was my little experiment. But then, of course, they had the new line in the sand, which was the 1,000 subscriber mark and the 4,000 hours, and so everybody below that. And that's the only reason I can think that Tim's having so much trouble to get over that line, and a few other people. It's just the fact that they're not being promoted because they don't have the AdSense. So we need to do our bit to get them over that line. And I don't really know what else we can do. I think the material of these smaller channels is very good and it's well worth looking at. So I will continue to sort of give my little, 15 minutes every day, every live stream to sort of make sure people are aware of the channels. Again, I'm promoting our Facebook group, which is, a community we're trying to build. So, we'll see how things go. Things take time to develop, but you are starting to look like a woman, am I? Really? I think you need a pair of glasses there, Karma. Anyway, so if I celebrate, I'm not going to celebrate at 10 o'clock in the morning. All good here in sunny Charm. Hands up, everyone that has 5k subs. Going good, Warren. Going good. Thanks, Warren. Yeah, Lana King. Hey, Adrian. No sign of the Bart weakening. No, a couple of the articles that I've got there sort of are focused on that. Ray Galt should give a hoy. Ray Galt should give a hoy. Tommy J, how is the shop going? Well, the shop is actually going all right. As Chanya said at the end of the last live stream, in her words, she said she's going good. She's not borrowing money off me. The shop's doing its thing, The trouble is we've had probably a couple of weeks of rain over this September period, for want of a better word. And one of the things, of course, with women's hair is the fact that it's all treated and has treatments in it and everything else. And if the hair gets wet, it just goes to frizz, right? So women tend not to come out and get their hair done. as much. They might get a cut or a wash, but they don't get a style done. So, business is down in that respect because of the weather. Mind you, they're also clever enough to look at what the weather's going to be. So it goes up and down. If the weather looks inclement and it looks like going to get a couple of days of rain, they won't get their hair done. And then of course, I think last Sunday she had to turn away 6 customers. She had 9 bookings last Sunday, and had to turn away 6 people. Just didn't want to work. Didn't want to wait. It goes up and down. It's quite one of those weird things. And of course, I've asked her, I said, why don't you run a book like, in the West, what we do is we have appointment books. You can even run appointment books on your Facebook channel, on your Facebook page. I could do you a website and we could run a booking system. But it's so un-Thai that she doesn't want to experiment with Western ideas, if you know what I mean. It's again, it's her business. Right, there's things I could be doing to help her out with that, to help her grow her business and also, get more customers. But she's got to sort of say, well, let's do it and let's put a booking system in. But then, of course, she's out of her depth. She doesn't know how to do that. Then she feels like she's relying on me. And as she said in the end of the live stream, what she wants to do is she wants to have a business that specifically I'm not paying for her, which is, I think, one of the most charming things that that was not cued or spruiked in any way. That was just straight out of her mouth. She, like people sort of say, Thai girls, all they're after is your money. Yeah, well, they want to be comfortable. They want to be treated like a woman. They want to have all the niceties of life, But Chanya is a little bit on that. I want to make it on my own sort of category, which you'll find a lot of Thai women and Thai ladyboys are particularly that focused. The relationship with the Farang can be sort of second tier to their career path, which we haven't really talked about, and unfortunately I haven't really had a chance to do any sort of point of view interviews on that as well. But it's something that I've noticed which doesn't get talked about that much, and it's also, again, it's like the good news as opposed to the stuff that you see on media, which is always the bad news. Anyway, so hopefully we covered that one. Stephen Monash, yes, I think you are right. Elena King, right. And was a sub count was due to a weakening of the baht. Was it okay? Are you? Yeah, so Don, yes, you hit that 100 sub mark, yes. Again, the critique I could use that would really help lift your videos is hold your camera landscape. Like on the YouTube channel, people prefer to look at videos in a landscape format. It's just something about YouTube. It's always been that 16:9 format, as opposed to Facebook, which is where you're shooting them, and you are shooting it with your phone, which is a comfortable position to hold like that, so you get that portrait video. There's just more to see, when you go landscape. So that would be my critique on your channel there. Had to go to Cleveland to pick up some gas. Yes, Cleveland? Ray? Is Cleveland what? I don't follow that one. Congrats, yes. Noted karma's a bit. Well, Mr. Monash, I'll be. Hi, Warren. The grand finale is on today. Can't stay long. Okay. Who's playing in the grand finale anyway? I haven't been paying much attention. I don't really watch football these days. Justin Rogers, thanks for joining. Who's tuning into my Fibas live stream tonight? It's going to be a hoot. Well, I do catch it whenever I can, but I think this just happens to be around my dinner time, and so I don't usually manage to get on there. Not D3, not me. You should. It's going to be amazing. Well, I might sort of join in if I can just time it right, depending on what happens with dinner tonight. I actually sort of put the that's the halfway mark. I actually put the Grab app on my phone 2 days ago, and I actually, for the first time, I actually ordered pizza last night on Grab. 158 baht for a what's it, bacon and sausage pizza. It was actually quite yummy. So they managed to find my address. I managed to sort of translate my address from English back into Thai, put it on the app, and the guy only stopped 2 doors down. I don't know if they actually know how to read house numbers, but we managed to get the guy here. I could see the little tracking mark on the app where he was, and I could see him coming down the street, and he came through the gates of our village here, and he then stopped up near the gate there, probably trying to work out where the house was next. I think he then picked up his phone to call me to say, where's the house? But I was just out in the street anyway, and I showed him my phone and he drove up. So there was no need to talk to him. But yeah, I got my first pizza ordered on Grab, which was fun. Maybe I should do a live stream on that. Where are we? So there's my two buddy. He does some more streaming music, but he's not doing Thai content per se. So and he's not really sort of promoting his stuff on I said, because I only allow Thai content on my Facebook group. He's a good mate. Well, I classify him as a mate. We had a run in a couple of years ago. We was a bit of one of those kicking the tires or everything, but. Then he sort of changed his style, and he sort of became sort of one of the guys that wanted to help promote Thailand and everything else. So yeah, I haven't spoken to him for about 6 months, but he's still doing a pretty good show. 27 watching, yeah, get those thumbs up. What else did I really admire? TJ, really, Ladyboy's focus. It's inspiring. Well, I do want to do more, but again, I don't want to. The trouble is, it's a subject that has a lot of depth and a lot of negativity as well, right? Like as soon as you start to branch, like there's a few other channels that I'm subscribed to, but they haven't really sort of been part of the team, you might sort of say, part of the community. They want to be lone wolves per se, and they've made that sort of innuence that they want to be lone wolves. They don't want to be recognised through this sort of format, and they haven't contacted me or whatever, but they've done their own thing. But they also have a lot of negativity around their channel as well, right? And it's one of those things that I'm trying to sort of promote the whole idea of the fact that you can have a pretty much normal life with a ladyboy. Okay, so in Chanya's case, she's post-op, and she's, as you can see from the video, she's all woman, does everything a woman does. She goes shopping. She has a very feminine aspect of everything she does in her life, the way she walks. Okay, she might have the deeper voice than one of the high-pitched squealing women, but my ex-wife had a deeper voice and she was all woman. I don't know, some people just really can't handle those screamy fucking voices. Me, one of those sort of, I can't stand them when they get all weird like that, but that's a good percentage of women. So I will continue to do the focus, but I want to really sort of get more of their points of view, and that's what I'm trying to lead up into now. I've been talking with a couple of lady boys, getting them sort of to find some time to come out. We've got a little coffee shop around the corner here, and hopefully with that coffee shop sort of arrangement, we'll set up a few cameras, and if they don't actually want to have their face on camera, we'll do some pixelation so that we can sort of take their face off camera, but really sort of talk about their life and what the things they've had to deal with. We've covered it with Chanya over the course of time, over various videos, but I've asked Chanya, do we want to sit down and do an hour long, your life and what you've had to deal with, and she's told me the fact that because of the negative aspects that she's had to deal with, she feels uncomfortable about putting it all in one show, if that makes any sense. She's had trouble with family, direct family, and extended family through her transition, and I've also mentioned, we mentioned on a video a couple of years ago, her father actually kicked her out of the house. Main reason being the fact that they weren't a well-to-do family. And in so saying that, those hormones that the girls need, at a young age, they can pretty much go to the pharmacy and get the hormones as long as they can convince the pharmacist that they're going through a transition, and the pharmacist will give them their prescribed dosages and everything else. But I think we bought, Chanya wanted some hormones because she's been feeling a bit off colour, so we bought 3 tablets of a particular hormone a couple of days ago. And those 3 tablets alone now cost 150 baht. So to take a course of antibiotics and to be on a course, not antibiotic, to take a course of hormones and take hormones continuously through that transitional phase, it can be something like 700 baht to 800 baht a month. And that is quite a hefty sort of sum for especially with the negativity that goes along with your son's now becoming your daughter, and it's a real cultural challenge for a lot of people in the lower class regime, and so father sort of said, well, I'm not paying for it, and get the hell out if you're not going to go and do. I don't want to make a big point of that, but that was what happened. So she actually lived in the temple for 3 years, and she was a temple maiden, helping the young initiates go through their transition, and so that's what she is. She is a devout Buddhist. She loves her Buddhist scripture and all that sort of stuff, and you've seen her doing the stuff in the videos. But anyway, but she was doing, and then she started working in a cabaret, living at the temple and doing cabaret shows, and she started making money. And it was only until probably 3 years later when she started sending money home to family, which is what most Thai women will do. They send money home, and she was sending more money home than her older brother was sending home. And even to this day, her older brother is still not sending money home, or if it is, it's such a minimal amount because he doesn't have a job, right? And this is the thing. It's okay for boys to be layabouts for most of their life. They soon obviously want to buy a car or something, and they soon go and do stuff. But again, I've been saying, well, the only thing we can do to try to drive the issue is stop letting him borrow your car. I paid for that car, right? And every time he drives it, the freaking comes back and the engine lights on. I don't know how he drives. He's absolutely freaking hopeless driving it. Like, I shouldn't really say that. But his driving style, it's like he has 2 positions on the pedal. It's full on or it's full off. Right, and you drive a car like that with the gas fitting and everything else, and these things break down. So the car is actually sort of not running well at the moment. We've got some parts on order from the gas fitters. He's broken one of the solenoids that regulates the gas over the fuel mix. So it's a petrol. It's a petrol engine with a gas modification, unlike the ones I've seen in Australia, which you've got to manually switch one way or the other. This is actually an automatic system, and then that automatic solenoid thing is broken, and we've had to order another one. It takes a week to get here. Anyway, so enough of... Chanya wants to do her story, but we've got to focus on that one at some stage. Anyway, I will buy Chanya a DJ Pocket in February. Okay. If you feel like it, look, I'm not going to stop you. The DJI Pocket cameras are pretty good. Tim's got one. Who else has got one? I think Justin bought one, didn't he? I was actually going to buy one as well. I was going to buy one for Chanya. But as I said, she didn't really feel like doing her own videos, so it's been put on the back burner and I bought the Sony. But they're a pretty good camera. I think the only the reviews that were negative were really more focused on the audio. The audio wasn't all that good or crash hot. That was most of the review channels sort of had on it. It was one of those negatives. But I said this one here, and I tested it in the shop when I was there, and it seemed to come through. And again, it had the audio, the labial microphone input at the back there, which, by the way, it is a sort of a Sony part, and I couldn't get two words out of Sony about whether the labial mic that they had on their website was compatible. They wouldn't reply to my emails. I went into the shop at Sony and said they don't know and they can't test it because that part is not shipped into Thailand. So I actually had to go and buy a few different labial mics from AliExpress. They were about $2, $3 each US, and the third one I ordered actually worked quite well, so the first two were duds. But yeah, it was a bit of a hit and miss, but I finally found one that fitted. And if anybody does buy the Sony and they need to know the labial mic that I bought for it, just hit me up privately and I'll give you the link to it on AliExpress. What I said, depends on the size of their eyes. Richmond and GWS Giants grand finale. Oh, okay. Oh, so you must be talking about the Aussie rule stuff. I'm pretty sure that was Cleveland and Brisbane. Okay. Lano, Cleveland, Brisbane, Captain Cook. I'm just not following that part of the conversation. I got too sidetracked in what I was talking about. Andy, not interested in this. I really like the day-to-day aspect of your channel, especially when you take us places. Yeah, well, that's what I'm now going to try to do. Is because Chanya only has one day off, and quite frankly, she wants to spend that day off resting, which is a Wednesday. We don't really get to do much. It's only when she's got an idea to go do something, which is probably once a month, will we actually get out and do something, specifically camera work with her out and about. Most of the time, the only time I get Chanya on the camera is when she calls me up, like last time. She's at the shop, there was no customers. She wanted to go to the market at 11 o'clock in the morning. So that was that walk around we did at the market. But whenever I can, I'll fit her into the videos. And we have also talked about running her own channel, but she's not really up to that one yet. But the day-to-day stuff, I've got a few people coming out next week. We'll probably have a few meetups. We've also got the Tuesday meetup at the Down Under Bar. And that's when I hope MJ will actually turn up. She said she's going to turn up, so I'm going to have a chance to talk to her about actually doing that interview style video. She said she's going to make an extra effort. She's actually on the northeastern side of Bangkok, and so it's a good hour for her to get into the city, and there is no public transport, or I don't think the public transport's bus. So like it's a 2.5 hour journey on a bus to get from where she is into the city, where it's 30 or 40 minutes on a taxi. But again, I don't want her sort of spending, 200 to 300 baht just to come into a meetup and have a chat. So it's one of those sort of things. That's something, but the day-to-day stuff, it's just, again, I think this is really what we need to do. As sort of, this is what Direction Bangkok's doing. Mind you, he's still fascinated with all the stuff around Bangkok. I'm more doing it as a day-to-day, this is my life. This is why I go into Bangkok and see people. We go and do things. And, this is what, if you're going to be retiring here, this is what's going to happen. You're going to retire here. You are either going to be a barfly. Is that what they call it, barfly? Is that the right word? Guy that sit in bars all day and drink beer, which we find a lot of people doing in Pattaya, and it's really not a healthy lifestyle. But again, that's what some people do. I don't find I find minimal interest in it. I don't mind sort of sitting down over a beer or two, or not so much beer, but whatever I drink, they drink beer, and it's good to pass the time for an hour or two while we have a chat. But, to make a habit of sitting in a bar all day and watching the girls go by, well, that's another thing. Stephen Monos, Wazza does really good motorbike. Yeah, I do the motorbike rides as well. But again, the weather's so inclement at the moment, you just really can't predict where I can go for an hour. I've actually sort of mentioned to Tim, this is something we are planning to do. He's got his bike license, so I'll let him ride the Vulcan. I will ride Chanya's CB, and we'll go for some rides west. He thinks that's a good idea, but he's got to convince his wife first that he's going to be a good boy and drive carefully. And well, we'll see where we go with that one. She's a little bit overprotective for the poor lad. Chanya has a chance to get out and no, she hasn't had a chance. The thing like the Wednesday that she wants to sleep in. It's just one of those sort of things. She wants to sleep in, and we don't even start our day till 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because Tuesday night she goes out to, it's her fun night with her friends, and they all stop for Wednesday, sabbatical, because they're all hairdressers, so they'll tie one on Tuesday night, and they'll play some poker and a few other things like that, and she doesn't get home till 5 o'clock in the morning usually, and of course then she'll sleep for 8 hours. So get the idea, yeah. Which me diverse to win. Yeah, you actually covered this in a video. Yeah, so I suggest to go back to what some of the we can cover it. We can cover the subject again, but it's just one of those sort of things. I want if I'm going to do it again, I want to do a different angle. And Chanya feels she doesn't talk enough good English. She does well enough for me. She might get stuck with a few specific words, and I said, don't worry about that. People can get through that. Don't worry so much about it. And if we want, we'll do a recording. And if you can't find the specific English words, just say it in Thai, and then we'll put an English subtitle at the bottom of it so people will know what she says. But again, it's something that we'll work on. What ever happened to the brother that was working? Well, that's the thing. He was working there without a visa. He went there. Oh, he had a visa. He had a 3-month tourist visa. And finally, after 4 years, they found him and he was expelled. And that's all I know about the subject. We don't talk about it. It's one of those sort of things. One of the things I think is part of Thai culture is that's why Thais are always very happy. They only talk about good things. They tend to bottle up the things that are bad, and they don't want to sort of divulge the bad things in life. It's best to hold that in and focus. This is very much of a Buddhist sort of thought process. These are the things that you need to atone for. These bad experiences, they happen because your karma is out of whack, and by continuing to talk about them, it keeps on energizing that negative karma in your life. So they tend to hold it in, and then they make an extra effort to be positive about the good things in life, if that makes sense. It's something, I'm not a devout Buddhist. I've done a lot of study in Buddhism, 30 or 40 years ago. Well, it was my 20s. I studied a lot of Buddhism. And most of the stuff's gone in one ear and out the other, how it goes. I've only remembered the good bits, which is, like Buddha was never a deity. He always confessed he was never a deity. He was just somebody who was awake. Now everybody in the world is woke. Oh my God, yeah. There's a difference between being awake and being woke. I can tell you that. That's for certain. Whatever happened to the? Stephen is a good man for the spanner. I haven't done that. I should have done that. I thought I'd done that before, but there we go. Don, you're one of the team. John Tim Dave, good morning. How are you doing? What else is there? Good morning. Moonlight Mist and Memories. Hello, Warren from Las Vegas. Are transgenders allowed to get married in Thailand? Yes, they can have a wedding. And this is one of the things that I think we've covered in videos, but might as well cover it here as briefly, as long as it takes, I guess. As I said, I'm not really pressed for time because it's in the morning, and like if we're going to go after the 1 hour thing, then we'll go with the 1 hour. But there's two types of weddings. There is the law side of the wedding, which is somebody applying for what they call a license to get married, which is a a point of law. And unfortunately, there is a law in Thailand that says that they are negative or anti same-sex marriage. And as we come for a lady boy, or same also goes for the tomboys, and we don't really even talk about. Look, in that hairdressing crowd, which we did that little trip down to Cha last year. We did a bit of pool stuff and everything else. I didn't mention it because I didn't at the time, but half of the girls there were all tomboys, so they're lesbians. And again, this gender fluidity over here in Thailand is not a negative thing in your life. It's the Buddhist way, and the Buddhist teaching is love everybody for who they are and for themselves. Well, that's a very similar one in Christian dogma as well, which is love thy neighbour. Right, but for some reason that's been turned around into love thy neighbour only if they practice the same religion. That's not what it says. I'm sorry, Jesus, came on this planet, and the scriptures of Jesus, the Second Testament or the New Testament, and he was pretty much, like love everybody, Gentiles, Jews, and everybody, which they all of the time, but for some reason it's no longer part of the dogma that's practiced in church and state and everything else. So that's why I'm a very anti-religious person anyway. But yes, they're allowed to get married in a Buddhist sense, which is the one that's really recognised throughout the extended circle of influence. So there is a marriage license like you'd probably have in the West, which is a legal binding of two people, which is prohibited in Thai law. A man cannot marry another man, and a woman cannot marry another woman. Those laws are under review at the moment. There is, well, unfortunately, it was the party that didn't actually win was actually promoting that side of Thaiism. The pro-junta party, or the current reigning party, are very conservative. They've introduced what they call cannabis cultivation and medical cannabis usage and things like that, but they're looking at more from a fiscal point of view to become what they call a medical hub, which is one of the articles I was going to cover today. They're looking at the whole medical hub aspect of being Thailand and very Thai. Thai has a very good medical record, and it's classified in those top 10 countries where you can get really good medical, and they're looking at promoting the cannabis and the cannabis-derived medical benefits to really promote a lot more of what they call medical tourism. But yeah, we'll get on to that subject. But yes, so in a sense of the word, yes, they can get married. They can have a Buddhist wedding with all the bells and whistles and all the monks and all the Buddhist aspect of a binding of two people, which is the same as what you would find in a Christian relationship. You're making vows to each other and to the family and to all the guests. But to actually, for me to marry Chanya, it's not allowed, which means I can't get the permanent residency based on marriage. I can't get the 400 baht reduction in my holding to be married, to go for a marriage visa, as opposed to a retirement visa, which is what I'm currently on. So hopefully that answered your question. We'll definitely sort of find a time to do that video as well, put it more as a sort of an information piece. I'm just going off the top of my head of, normally when I'm doing these, shooting these videos, I've got the subject, I'll think of something to say, and then I'll put the camera down. And I'll think of something else to say, and then I'll step another shot, and then I'll put the camera down. That's why it always looks like it flows, and sometimes it doesn't flow because there's 10 minutes between a shot, and then I've forgotten what I've just said. But it's all good. I'm going off the cuff, trying to sort of put it all in one thing without a cut, so it makes more sense but it probably doesn't make any sense at all. And I should learn to keep my hands down and focus. I'm very expressive with my hands. I'm sorry, guys. Andy's off. Enjoy the football. Warren is Wazza is not a devout. Is not a devout. But he burns the candle at both ends instead of incense. Yeah, right. I burn the candle at both ends instead of incense at both ends. Yeah, right. Whatever. What is afternoon? Dallo, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Who else has got coming in? John T. and Dave. Yeah, there we go. I'm just scrolling forward. Did a lot of Buddha in my 20s. Yeah, I think we all did around that time. It was something that was very topical in the West. I think there's a few comedy sketches, I think every second person on the street, in the late 70s, early 80s, was an up and coming Buddha. It was one of the sort of the memes that was going around at the time. They wouldn't have been called memes back then. My neighbour hates me. She's probably a vegan, and you've got a barbecue in the backyard or something. Is that right, Steve? And she doesn't like the smell of your meat. Thinks I did not take him seriously. Told him he was right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. John Tim Dave. Little TM30 story. Mate returned this weekend from Oz after having his knees done. Came and saw me the day he came back. He mentioned he needed to go to immigration to transfer some stamps into his new passport. Okay. I told him to register his TM30 anyway. TM30 anyway. He went, and they did not want a new TM30. The current one was good enough. Yeah, I'll tell you, seriously. But this is John Tim office, yeah. And this is the thing that really pisses most people off. I've been talking to Robert Groves. Don't know. Wasn't Robert? It was Andy. He's living over the Charm Way. The office over there is just, they don't seem to give a damn about anything. They're on first name basis with the immigration staff. The office in John Tim, or the Chonburi office. I don't even know. You can tell me, John Tim Dave, is there more than one immigration office in Chonburi, or is the Chonburi province immigration office in John Tim? I still haven't got that association yet. I really don't know how that works. We have 3 offices in Bangkok. Foreigners can only go to one. Which is what we call Division 1. There's 2 other offices, but they're specifically focused on neighbouring countries, Myanmar, Cambodia, and for the workers, the workers coming over, and they're specifically focused on the working style, crossing the border visa process. You have to find the people from Myanmar and Laos come over to work, then they go home, then they come out of work, they go home. They're not like us retirees that go and stay here, and we have to have a financial position with the banks and everything else. Let's get scrolling back there. Dalla, does anybody understand the Buddhist religion? Well, again, I think it's like every religion. When you start to look at everything that I've studied quite a few. It was part of my indoctrination into the occult. You've got to really sort of look at all the religions as a banner of a collection of people, and everything I've studied in those sort of topographical views of each of these religions seem to sort of suggest to me the fact that they're all taking all the good bits that suit their paradigm or suit their agenda, And like we don't sort of see people, we don't see the Jews rocking up to the tabernacle every Sunday morning offering a calf, for a burnt sacrifice. We don't sort of see, you get what I mean? It's, there's certain things that each of these religions has that work for now but don't work for then. We've got obviously things like Islam, which is the biggest threat to modern society. They haven't had their reformation yet, whereas the church did, a couple of hundred years ago, and that's where the church became a little bit more enlightened with modern times, and we had the separation between the Catholics and the Protestants, and so on and so forth, and then things became a little bit more unified, and they stopped burning people at the stake and shit like that. Whereas we haven't really had a reformation with Islam, or they're trying to. And I've just read articles this week that the Pope and the major leaders in Islam are now trying to work and build a new religion and meld into two. And you've got to ask the question, well, if religion's based on a spirituality based on the unknown, how can they really have a straight face and practice one religion when the two of them have been fighting with each other for 3,000 years or 2,000 years? Well, 800 years. I don't know however long. Anyway, look, I don't want to go into a religious rant because it's just one of those sort of things that really pisses me off. People just need to stop fucking talking to fucking imaginary friends in the sky. Get on and start to talk to the friends next door. We're people. Just because their skin is darker than yours doesn't mean that they're a bad person. Really? I think so. People just lost their focus. Anyway, one thing JD office seems to be very So John Tim Dave has sort of said that he only knows of the one office here in Chonburi, or in Chonburi. So I'm guessing that they only have the one office and happens to be in Jontian, whereas like their Department of Transport was up above Pattaya somewhere. So they're, again, I don't know how it all works. But yeah, we only have the one office in Bangkok, and it is an absolute nightmare. And they are the one office that seems to be sort of steadfast on all the rules. And I was having a conversation on that in the description or in the comments box on that particular video I did, how we were there on the same day. The girl I saw, she was hell bent on not allowing me to renew my visa because I didn't have a Thai bank. And it was just in her head that I didn't have a Thai bank, so she couldn't bend the rules, right? And she was asking everybody else to sign off on that sort of thing, and finally she got a supervisor coming around, and that's when we had to they said, well, if you write out a promise, like an affidavit or a promise that you will have a Thai bank for next year, we will waiver the clause this time. And that's really what was going on. And I really haven't explained that very well, but that's what was going on for me. Whereas this other guy, he said he was in and out. He got there at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? He was number 40 in the queue, presented his paperwork, didn't ask two diddly squats about anything. There's my bank account, there's my statement, there's the bank book, here's my photocopies, bang, 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 done. And he was in and out, and it's like, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, he was out of there by 11 o'clock, right? It was simple for him, and he said he didn't have any feeling of any ill intent by the officer that reviewed his case. I didn't have that. It was the fact that this bank account issue, right? She wasn't going to stamp it. She sort of wanted her supervisor to then, adjudicate. The supervisor then, because the supervisor doesn't drop everything to do one person. So that took like an hour before the supervisor really, got on board with the whole case, right? She's looking at it, and then she made me write out this, yes, I will promise to them, sign, and then another 9 forms, and it was about if I stay longer than the thing, and I did another one about this, another one about, most of it's all in Thai. Can't get Chanya to, she wasn't there. She was out in the waiting room. And what is all this I'm signing? I'm signing my life away. I could have been signing away my deed to my house for all I knew. Whereas, why can't we be given these forms to print out and have pre-signed and filled in before we arrive? They're just not available. They give them to you on the spot, right? And it takes you like half an hour to do that signing, right? And then even that supervisor wasn't going to sign off it, although I did the affidavit. Then they wanted the head of immigration to sign off on it because she wasn't going to put her name on the damn thing as well. So that took another hour. Oh, it was just a freaking nightmare. Anyway, I do have my Thai bank account now. It's probably in my bag at the moment. Somewhere here. Yeah, so I've now got a Thai bank account, a Thai bank book, and yeah, I actually, I've got it all working, right? And yeah, and it does. It shows you all these numbers here, that's how much money you got in the bank, and that was when I transferred the money across in. Well, you probably can't see that very well because of the bit glare from the window. Yeah, so it took 2 hours to transfer the money across from Citibank and close those accounts. I had some arsehole on the channel turn around and sort of say, yeah, all that about Citibank, what are they? They're not going to give two damn. Well, I've talked to Stephen Monash about it. I showed him the dialogue with that. They were very concerned about me leaving, and we still haven't followed up yet, but their PR department was quite concerned about my situation. Wanted all my details and everything else, so I've panted them on details, and they're now investigating because it was, it's a Thai thing. And they're now trying to find out why I wasn't informed about the change in policy, because I should have been informed. That's what they're telling me. And I've also explained, the fact that it's water under the bridge now. I've had to, I have to comply. I've had to cancel my accounts there. I still have my accounts in Australia. I would like an apology, right, from Citibank Thailand that this issue did occur, but we'll see if that actually happens. But right now, as I said to her, I said, look, I've been promoting Citibank as being an option for a lot of people coming here as travellers. Now I have to redact all those comments because of my bad experience. If you can't use their bank accounts for your visa renewal process, then think of probably a Thai bank is going to be more appropriate than think of an international bank. That's what I've used them because it simply meant that I could transfer money from Australia to Thailand. Right, it was instant, but of course that would then sit in an Australian holdings account in Thailand, and I actually had they didn't have an electronic version of a conversion process. I then have to email the bank and say, can you convert the money? And what I was finding after doing that for about 9 months, I was actually losing about maybe 700 or 800 baht per transaction, based on the fact that they were about 3 points off the current market rate. That's when I stumbled across TransferWise, and I did some comparisons on the spot on the day for two of those transactions, and I realised that I'm getting 600 to 700 baht better rate. That's on top of the fees that they were charging. So Citibank might not have been charging me a fee to do the transaction, but they were 3 points down on market rate, which transferring 2.5 to 3,000 baht dollars at a time. That's quite a hefty sum. So the TransferWise, the $20 odd fee that you're charging, you're actually getting on spot on market rates, comparable to XE or any of the major market traders. So it works out quite well. So I have no need for having a Citibank account anymore. Anyway. So Justin Rogers, what about CBD, Central Business District? I'm not quite sure what that means. I got to be more untuned. Any of the moderators, if it's something that I've missed the context on, just make sure I'm brought up to speed on that one. But this is John Tim Epson. They seem to be having more concern. more common sense outlook. I know, that's what I mean. It's just bizarre. It's one set of rules, but you got different people doing it. It's freaking bizarre. One thing, indeed, they aren't too bad here. TM30, they're making into a phone app. That's right. There's a phone app coming out for the TM30. There's also, well, there is actually already a phone app that they've got available, but it's that was their first issue of the phone app. They're building a new one to make the whole process simpler for Thai residents. It'll be more along, the typical four or five questions that they'll be asking. What's the details, passport number of the person, so on and so forth. Issue that, and then it's done. They just want to have a record of where people are staying. And look, it's not a bad idea. People keeping an eye on you, and if you're not reporting, then they can sort of raise a red flag that something's gone wrong. You've gone astray. But again, it's different people have different takes on everything. I know Robert's house is bigger than the immigration department. If you tell immigration you are just going to Lao and grab a Lao beer because they are hard to get, they'll let you in and out. I'm sure they will, Steve. I'm sorry. Colin in Thailand, g'day. How you doing? Good to have you along. Moonlight says, thanks, Warren, for taking the time to answer the question. Hope the laws, I do hope that they will change it. There is some laws going through it now, which is what anti-discrimination laws, which is basically giving ladyboys and tomboys, which is like the opposite to a ladyboy. Ladyboy, man becoming woman, tomboy, whereas a woman wants to be recognised as a boy. And that's the term that they use. They just call them tomboys. I really don't know if there's a Thai term. Anybody can fill me in on a Thai term for that would be helpful. I've just never bothered asking any question because Chanya keeps on calling them tomboys. But yeah, so they do get discriminated against in certain what they call work and educational aspects. This current law that's been pushed through, hopefully by the end of the year, is to outlaw that process, which will then again take a couple of years to get a foothold, and then hopefully in that time we will hopefully see something new in the way of actually sort of then getting over this whole this whole sex discrimination thing or gender discrimination. Thai Warren, Dallo Warren, when Thais pray, who were they praying to? Well, in their pantheon, it's a weird thing. They're very much into the karmic aspect of life. Like in Christian dogma, which is only really focus on the life after death and the resurrection of Christ, which is the only time that resurrection really became into the dogma, which again was part of what Jesus supposedly, from the different versions of Gnostic texts that I've read and we've studied, there was this period of when he was 12 years old to the period when he was 28 years old that seems to be missing from all the scripture. This is when we understand he actually went on a sabbatical to the east and went to a place called Shambhala and studied the mysticism of Buddhism and the different mystical arts. And as you know, there's a lot of magic in the mystical arts. There's a lot of different healing techniques that were in the east than there was to the west. And then he came back to start his church. And in this church paraphernalia or resurrection of the paganism aspect of the matriarchal hierarchy of their the Buddhism and culture and everything else, and how everybody was considered to be equal and everybody's looking for enlightenment. He brought that and tried to bring that into the Middle East, which didn't go down too well with the current regime that was trying to control the people, because Mithraism was the most common practice religion, which was very much a sun god worship, and he's trying to bring in the moon goddess worship. And so, in the 3rd century in the Council of Nicaea, and they sat down and they pontificated like they're pontificating now, and they blended the two religions into one, which we commonly call Christianity today. But do your own study on this if you really want to learn how the whole thing worked. Where are we going to? So anyway, in closing, yes, praying happens to be more about praying to the entities that live in those other realms. There's 6 realms outside their human realm. There's 3 realms below us, which are insect and other lower forms of life, and then there's 3 realms above what we call the physical plane here, and there's different levels of those, that, and what they're doing is they're asking for forgiveness of their sins and so on and so forth, because though that judgment will come around, right, when they do part this plane of existence, they will be judged by those 6 realms to find out which realm they are going to fit into. And so what they're doing is they're praying, and it's more of a sort of an aspect of luck, the fact that they've done the right things today and this week that have weighed that balance of scale in their life, good versus bad, so that the more good that they do and the more happy they are tipping that scale in their favour of the goodness, which then gives them a better resurrection into that higher plane, if that makes sort of sense. But look, that's my interpretation. I haven't really done much study on Buddhism for about 30 years. Anyway, so moving on. Justin Rogers, I'm my own God, yes. My take on that, there is a phrase or a prayer, the Lord's Prayer in Christianity. I think that goes something to do, unto thee, thine kingdom, thy power and the glory forever and ever, amen, which is a sign-off or an encapsulation of the Lord's Prayer. When you actually study the Hebrew verse where that prayer came from, it actually says Ate Malkuth, Yahagavura, Yahagajura, Eolam is the actual verse in Hebrew, which actually says, unto me the kingdom, the power and the glory forever. Which means the fact that the church took away our power to give it to a third party. But in the actual Hebrew dogma, which is everything's transferred from, the original verse was sort of, it's coming to you as above, so below. You are your own God, but follow these teachings to be a better God. Now, anyway, look, I don't like to talk religion because it doesn't make sense when I'm not thinking about it, and I'm thinking about it off the cuff. But this is what I've done throughout my life, is I've practiced Gnostic Christianity, Hebrew. I've done a lot of it. Now I prefer not to do any of it because I enjoy life and enjoying every day of life. And it helps to obviously understand other people. I have got no problem with their religion, right? When the Seventh-day Adventists come and knock at your door, come on in. I'd love to know about your religion. I'm about to actually have a ritual here. We've got a chicken out the back. We're going to be just about to cut his head. But you're welcome to join us, right, while we make a blood sacrifice. And that's that stops the Jehovah's Witnesses knocking at the door anyway. And they won't come up. You say something like that, and they will not put you on their calling list after that. Take it from me, I tried. Dallo, maybe nothing, who knows, rather than an inventor of riches. Merit points. See, that's the way I look at it. Every time you do good, you get a point for merit. It's a merit. They're going to do merit all the time. Do you try? Did you try TransferWise transfer into your new account? Oh yes, that's all worked. When I got the account, obviously I set the account up on the day we were coming home from immigration. So what you saw in that video, and that was me having dinner, pizza with Pa and Chanya, but we had just actually finished at the bank and got the bank account set up for Casicon Bank. They were a little bit iffy about setting it up because they're not in the mainstream. They asked me about where's my work visa, and I'm still saying no, I'm retired. And unfortunately, the girl on the desk really doesn't know all the law. She had to talk to one of her supervisors, and one of the supervisors had to inform her of the fact that a retirement visa is also a qualifying visa. Showed her the retirement visa, which was the initial issue of the retirement visa. And of course the extension of the visa, so I had just been extended for another year, so I did qualify that I'm a long stay person, and then they photocopied everything and then set me on my account up. I went back the next day to set up to do what they call the internet banking, and they didn't understand my terminology, and we went to the ATM and they gave me they set something up to do with online purchasing emails for the bank, and when I got home, and that still didn't help me get me. Anyway, third trip back to the bank, I got them to understand the whole idea. Like, I want to use the K Cyber banking system, which is their online system, because it's the only place I can do scheduled transfers. And that's what I like to do. I just like to transfer the rent money to Chanya's account because she's the one who pays the rent. I like to do that on the first of each month, and I like to do it automatically, and I don't have to worry about it. So I had to get the K Cyber all set up. And once I did that, everything was all good. Tested that out. Did a transfer from my bank in Australia to there. The first one because I only transferred like $100, and it actually went through in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that. Basically, I did the transfer. I didn't wonder when I got a beep on the phone. What was that? And I'm going, oh, okay, it's in my bank account. The second transfer I transferred $1,000 because we had to pay for, I think, the car insurance for Chanya. And a couple other things, a couple of other unforeseen bills came through. So I did, that was last week, I did a transfer for TransferWise for $1,000. That took 2 days to process. And then I did my normal monthly transfer of $3,000 2 days ago, and that took 10 hours. Does that make sense? So it's all working good, and I've used the ATM. There's no ATM charges, take money out, no problem. There's no 180 baht, 220 baht bullshit, for international transfers and anything else. It's just in there, which is one of the things I always thought was unique to Citibank, but supposedly, pretty much most of the banks don't have ATM fees anymore. Unlike Australia, like if you go to an opposing bank in Australia, they'll charge you, was it $2 for an interbank transfer, which costs them nothing to do. It's just another tax, another rip-off. But anyway, Stephen Monash, my bank teller invited me to change my savings account to an investment-bearing account. I told her I was happy to have zeros. After all, fees and tax concerns make it a farce. What, was that in Thailand or in Australia, Stephen? I'm not quite sure what you're talking about when you're over here living here in Thailand. Sounds like something that was specific to Australia. Lana King, an apology from a Thai, that would be a good first, yeah. Well, again, if I can get something out of Citibank to apologise for the lack of communication, because quite frankly, I've got a couple of investments with Citibank in Australia. They will mature December next year, and then I've got options to reinvest with them. If something's not done, I might consider moving that money into a different investment portfolio, maybe with Colonial. and just sort of saying, fuck you, sort of Citibank. And if they want to lose that money, then don't apologise. That's the way I'll take it. I don't care what people do. I just have alternatives. I'm not going to get up and freaking upset about it. You don't apologise? Well, my money, another banking establishment will be just as happy to have me on their books as you are to have me on your books. It might not be, millions of dollars, but, fair enough. Another bank's going to be happy to have it, as opposed to you being a bunch of arseholes. Doesn't worry me. But for now, it's convenient the way it is. So to do those sort of transactions, I actually probably have to, if I'm going to do a new portfolio or a new investment strategy, I probably only have to go back into Australia to sort that out, because I can't get leverage of some of that sort of stuff here in Thailand. But that's another story altogether. Where are we up to? Sort of CBD. No THC. Okay, we're talking about the CBD. Well, I don't know what they're growing in the. I think we covered that on the last live stream. They're definitely doing a THC laced crop. They've got a new strain, and they've approximated their THC. And it's definitely not the 0.05%, that's for certain. So don't know where that's going. Sounds all intelligent to me. Where are all the girls? Chanya's already gone to work, unfortunately. Zero Cool off to bed. Yeah, thanks for joining us. I know it's a bit hard for some of the people in the US to join in, because you've got 4 time zones over there. And I don't really want to get started any earlier than 10 o'clock in the morning. Whatever, I guess Jesus was no pun. That was deep. Well, I'm only too happy to talk about my take on spirituality, but I need to have a context, because I will drift on to different stories, and I'd like to probably get some supporting information about the sort of things I've had to deal with over 30, the sort of things I've learnt. Most people don't do that. Interestingly enough, the Muslims I do and have worked with in the past, in my last job, we did sit down and have a lot of heart-to-heart talking about specific aspects of Islam, which are never talked about in the news. And it's like both the two, the 3 of them, there was yeah, I won't use people's names anyway, because that might offend, but we always sat down and talked about it. And one of the things that struck me was they always wanted to know the other side of the story. They always wanted to be have an aspect of what my spiritual thought processes were, because they were different to the dogmatic approaches to the people that they normally associated with, because quite frankly, religion is very dogmatic. But they found it rather interesting to talk to a practicing witch. So, and not Wicca, I'm talking a witch, which is a completely different thing to Wicca, somebody who actually practices the darker arts of magic, as opposed to, making pretty foul flower garlands and, making pretend fucking pointing sticks at 4 corners and shit like that. But not to demonise Wicca as a spiritual path. If that gives you sort of enlightenment into the wider world, then if pointing at the east and fucking saying a fucking little mantra is gonna improve your life, then all well and good. But the whole idea of witchcraft is the betterment of self, which is the thing that we were studying. And it was interesting how in Islam that was one of the things that they are taught to do, which is they need to understand every aspect of spirituality of the people they deal with. For what reasons, I don't know. That was never explained to me, but I was always too happy to tell them what I felt about religion, spirituality, and what I studied, and the different things and the different overlaps between their dogma and what I'd intuited from the different dogma I'd collect over the 30 years. And I do have a very specific spirituality. It's my own. It's one I've created, and one that I can definitely teach, and I have taught to a few people. But it's a very, very one-on-one process, and it requires people to do some work, to work of discovery, work of self, because that is, if you want to change the world, you have to start at the one place that you can change, and that is yourself. Once you change yourself, then you can change the ideas in your circle of influence, and once you change the ideas in your circle of influence, then you can expand that circle of influence to change the ideas that may be counterintuitive to most people, right? And that's the art of witchcraft. Plus, there's a lot of herb law and things like that as well, but I won't go into it. But that was what I studied. Whereas I've lost my point. John, I think it depends on what order you. I think it depends on what time you order the money from Oz. Yeah, I haven't worked out the actual numbers yet. Like, for instance, that transfer I did 2 days ago, I think it's about 7 o'clock p.m. here, and they gave me 8 hours. Whereas normally my little reminder comes up and I read it in the morning, and I normally do that transfer like about 9 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the morning, and it seems to take 2 or 3 days. 3 days if it happens to be a warning on Friday, so I do the transfer so it doesn't happen until Tuesday because the weekend. I haven't got a pattern, but so it was interesting. That was an out of sequence thing that I did at night, and it came through in like 10 hours. So it's one of those things I'm going to have to experiment with. Maybe it is a timing thing, and doing it at night might also benefit. But you're sort of saying order before lunchtime, East Coast Oz, and the money is generally there 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the same day. I don't know. Well, that's the thing. So normally those transfers, and again, it might be to do with the levels. I know when I did the transfers when I bought the 2 motorcycles, they were above that 3,000. Like, I think when I bought the Kawasaki, I transferred $12,000, which was the price of the Kawasaki, and then I transferred $10,000. And because both of those transactions were over that, the amount of money you can take out of the country on an aeroplane trip, I think it had to go through an extra adjudication, because they actually took something like 5 days for those funds to go through. It's almost like sort of something, there was something happened in the middle there. It had to be, go through an extra adjudication process, which is like going through immigration and, are you taking any more than $10,000 out of the country? Sort of thing, and that's what I put it down to. They apologise, TransferWise apologised for the delays, but I think it was an Australian government intervention that held up those transfers. I don't know what it was. Maybe the banks wanted to leverage another 2 days, on the money market. Who knows? But yeah, such is life. John Tim Dave. And US, the PolyPay option. Yeah, I used the PolyPay, which costs an extra $1. But I just find that a little bit easier rather than me going and logging into my bank and then transferring the money to to TransferWise. It's just it's $1 for fuck's sake, just $1 extra. Good on them. Just let them do the work. I'll pay the $1. I'm not going to bother about it. Is it $1 or is it $1.50? It might be $2 now. I don't know. Pretty much the same as probably what it is to do transfer money out of an ATM onto a different bank in Australia. Such as life. Well, $2. What's that? 50 baht. It's not much. So I just did that and used the PolyPay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you're sort of saying. Use. So I should read the following statement, shouldn't I? Robert Groves, have to run, Warren. Yes, good having you join us. Catch up with you later. Robert Mack, hello Warren, good morning. How you doing? You done any videos of Thailand? Actually, did you do any videos of Thailand? I know you're up there, but I think you're still over doing stuff in. You didn't have a little button on there. Robert Mack in Asia. Yeah, there was no little button on there, but I thought there was something. You did another video, but it was Vietnam. That's right. You're still stuck over there, I guess. Warlock, Warren, yes. Well, there's no such thing as a warlock. A warlock is actually a Germanic term for an advisor or war strategist in medieval terms. I don't know how it sort of got spun into something to do with witchcraft, but yeah, it's a Germanic term that specifically was a war advisor. So he was a wizened war strategist is where the actual terminology came from, and somehow it came across into pagan vernacular in the 13th or 14th century. Not quite sure where that was. It was the times of the Templar Knights and things like that. A witch or a Wicca, right, which is where a Wicca sort of derived from. A Wicca, actually in Saxon, Anglo-Saxon language, basically meant a wise person, right? So there was no sex to witch. Well, that doesn't really make sense. There was no sexual connotation. It just basically meant that you were the wise person in the village. You were the one that people went to know, what herb do I take for this ailment? I'm having trouble courting this young girl. What should I take? What should I present her as? And because they were the risen one, they knew everybody. They studied personal interactions with people, and so they could give you a word in somebody's ear as to say, oh, this one here likes apple pie. Take her an apple pie. And that would be the advice, and that would be the witchcraft spell that was cast. If you know what I mean. The whole thing's been blown out of proportion. A witch is basically a wise person. We don't have it in today's society simply because of the fact that we have the internet. But even sort of 100 years ago, when I met tinkers when I lived in Scotland, right? They still practiced the ancient arts. They didn't associate with the common people because they were considered themselves in one sort of sense above them, right? Pretend people, making pretend friends, and doing pretend work for pretend pay, whereas these people are living off the land. And they taught me a lot about paganism and things like that. Anyway, I don't want to talk about the tinkers. It gives people the wrong idea. Polypay is a bugger. All makes you transfer. But yeah, it makes your transfer go through quicker. But it's you just got to sign in and do the thing. But it's a lot easier than doing the actual transfer into bank. Jonathan Nasir, have a great day. Yes. Robert Mack is a restaurant in Vietnam video. I'm leaving November to Vietnam and Thailand a week or two later. We'll be looking to see some of those videos from Thailand a week or two later. Yes. Anyway, so we're going to sort of coming up to 20 minutes to the hour. I did want to quickly just cover some articles. Okay, so where are we? I thought the guys would actually join him on the live stream anyway. But yeah, where are we going to? Let me bring up the browser again. Okay. This one here caught my eye from The Nation. China's planned focus on domestic tourism, it will hit the Thai exports badly. Yeah, so currently there is this sort of this the talk about the tourist dollars here have been sort of waning here in Thailand, and now this article, I thought this is going to add insult to injury within Thailand, because China's now shifting their focus to China. They want so China's planned focus on domestic economy with Thailand. So basically, Thailand and China are going to come at loggerheads of where their dollars are spent. And again, so tourism is what they call a sort of percentage of I should get into the smaller face value as well, so I'm not in front of the article. Yeah. So Thailand's looking at the fact that they're going to lose a lot of tourist dollars coming from China, so they're trying to think about other ways to improve that. So it's a real dicey area of news. It's an interesting article. I don't want to read it. Like, if you want to you can actually do that search on that. The next article that I found interesting. Here we go. Now, it was from the Labour Relations. Yeah, I found this one quite challenging. Expats relationships. 50% say it's true love, but only 7% get anywhere near daily sex. And I thought, where is this article going to? A Thai visa. I know. I remember the visa. I remember the survey that I think it was a survey that Dan in Thailand did. Thai visa survey about relationships revealed some interesting data about sexual habits. And I was challenged with this whole thing about sex. For something that takes 15 to 20 minutes, why does it become such a, somebody else enlighten me on this one, because for me, I just really haven't grokked this whole idea where a relationship is based on sex, right? I'd be quite open. I don't have daily sex with Chanya. She works most of the time, and it's one of those sort of things. When the mood takes us, we will get down and dirty. But our life, it certainly doesn't revolve around the humpity bumpy part of life. I got better things to do in my life, sitting down and cuddling with her, and having conversations about life and what you did for work today, and cuddling and caressing and giving each other massages and all that. I find that much more invigorating. I don't know if it's just something just I do personally, but this sort of seems to only 7% get sex daily. Where are they going with this? Is this an English person thinking that relationships are based on sex or something? It's bizarre. Some 15% of the respondents said they had sex 20 times a month. Really? But 12% said never. Well, okay, I worry about the 12% that don't get the sex, but sex, I think, has to be part of it. Some 23% of those who were thinking having a me and I was okay. Having a second wife, God, I think one's enough, and we're not married. And reported having sex 23% thought having a me and I was okay. Reported, overall about one in five thought having a me and I was a good thing. And again, so this is most of you find Thai women, if they find that you're going to have an me and I, which is your second wife or a gik, you're going to find that relationship is going to be on rocky ground, because one of the reasons, we are foreigners in their country, and one of the reasons they choose a foreigner over a Thai person simply is the fact that they don't appreciate the whole idea of you having another second wife or a gik. The girls particularly just don't like it. This is a very female thing, but they come from a culture that 100 years ago where the upper class, it was, even the current, reigning people, the current high society people here have, they quite often talk about their out of wedlock relationships. And that's quite public. It is this thing. For a male, it's a status symbol, but for a female, it's demeaning. And this is a sort of a subject that don't really want to talk about too much, but we talk about Thai culture, and I think unless, of course, the foreigners understand this particular part of Thai culture, and if they start practicing that, they'll soon find that they become the ATM, right? And the only reason the relationship is lasting is because the money keeps flowing, right? But if you respect the relationship and respect the person you're with, you will find you will get reciprocal respect from that same person. So I really found that this article a little bit affronting, the way it was, the terminology, the phraseology, and really didn't focus on the cultural aspect of where relationships are based in Thailand. The woman does everything, right? The guy, yeah, that's accepted that the guys will go off and have an amir noi and the women will take care of them and everything else like that. They don't like it. But if you really want to establish a solid, monogamous relationship, sharing relationship, a dedicated relationship with a woman here in Thailand, especially a Thai national, don't play the mia noi game or the git game. Right, I know it's so tempting, and the other Thai girls, they will do their best to steal you away because, they know it's a good thing, right? And it is a challenge. I've had quite a few girls over the course of, not so much 3 years, but 10 years of dating, have been more than just friendliness. There was definitely in that overtone the fact that, why are you with her? I can satisfy you better, right? Sort of attitude. But I would always say, it's quite all right. I'm very happy with the one I'm with. But then again, it's just something you have to get to deal with here in Thailand. Justin Rogers talking. Nice to have spare one in the cupboard, yeah. Did you watch Penny Dreadful, mate? Did you like? Penny Dreadful. What is that? Do I have to do a Google search on Penny Dreadful? Copy. Penny Dreadful. Okay, looks like it's a IMDb. Is it? Penny Dreadful, okay. What's this one here? Penny Dreadful, drama, fantasy, horror. Very okay. That's first I've heard of it. Explorer Sir Malcolm Murray, American gunslinger, scientist Victor Frank. Okay. I think I read about this, but you know how it is with TV series. Okay, that's easily done. Before I forget about it, let me just sidetrack for 5 seconds here. Let me just do that again. No, I'm sorry, you can't see what I'm doing here because I'm doing something that you probably shouldn't know what I'm doing. 720p season. Okay, it looks like there is a third season out as well. This is what that guy do. It's 3 seasons. Okay, that was interesting. I thought it said 2 seasons. Okay, there's 3 seasons. Okay, so 14, 15 and 16. Season 1. Okay. Season 2. Season 2 is going to be a bit of a pain. And season 3. Season 3 is going to be a pain. I have to do a little bit more research on that. Anyway, I've hooked season 1, so I'll pick that up and then I'll if it's any good, I'll watch the other 2 seasons. So it's 10 episodes. Yeah. Okay. So well, looks like it might be something worth watching. Stephen Monash, Wazza is saying do and not open a PayPal account when having Wazza is saying do not open a PayPal account when having relationships. I'm not quite sure what you mean there, Stephen. Actually, I used PayPal before I used TransferWise to transfer money to Chanya to pay her rent. I found it was quite easy because back then it was a lot easier and a lot cheaper than what they call using the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system, interbank SWIFT system, is bloody so expensive, and PayPal was a lot cheaper. I think I did PayPal, then I got what they call a travel card, a Commonwealth Bank travel card, which is an unnamed card, and I gave Chanya my travel card, and that's how I transferred money across for the rent. But again, when she would go to the ATM to get the money out, it was costing her 80 baht then, so that was costing like, back then $3. But it was a way of getting money across fairly quickly. But it was, again, I'm paying Australian rates to buy Thai baht, which was a couple of points off. Then there was the 80 baht fee, and it just was working out fractionally cheaper than the PayPal at the time. But then, of course, TransferWise, again, I can't really get over how TransferWise can do it for the cost they do it. So Adam Nealon said, I watched Penny Dreadful, it was all right. Eva Green is great in it. Okay, so I think he's trying to say don't be the... don't be the ATM. Well, again, so I do pay for a good percentage of our living expenses. I pay the rent, I pay for electricity, and I buy the occasional dress for Chanya, and I probably buy a food dinner 2 or 3 days a week. The money I send to her is a little bit more than the rent, but she gives some of that money to mother to pay for the food bill on a monthly basis. I think she gives mother 3,000 baht a month, which covers like our food expenses here. And mother's always making her food, so it's all good. What else do I pay for? Pretty much that's about all. That's about the only ATM aspect of our life, apart from when we go out and we do things. And I'm the gentleman, but and if Shanya's with me, I'll pay her way. It's it's what guys do. I don't know. That's what I was brought up to do. I don't know why people seem to demonise that whole idea so much. I don't know. I think the younger generation, I know my daughter is very anti guys paying for anything. It's part of their persona now. Like in the West, the girl, if a guy is seen to be paying, there's almost this instant thing. Oh, the guy's paying because he wants sex. No, I'll pay my own way because I'm not going to have sex with you. If you get what I mean, that's sort of a Western culture thing, and I think that's spilled over into different areas of Western culture as well. Where I said, I've lost my... something just happened there and lost my... Do not pay the PayPal account when I said... Don't be the ATM machine. That's what it is. Yeah, that's rather than do and have several women on the. I just don't know how people are. If you've got the money and that's what floats your boat. Look, I'm not being a thought police, but I've appreciated the aspect of monogamy and the confidentiality and the closeness you gain from being faithful. It's just the way I am. I don't know, maybe I'm just different to everybody else. Maybe it's just the way I've been brought up. Maybe it's just the different aspects of my spirituality. I don't know. It's just that I just don't see any benefit. There's sex and there's sex. If that's what floats if that was floats your boat, then have sex. Justin Roger, do you think baht going to cash? Well, I can't leverage that. I'm living in Thailand. I can't get cash. If you get what I mean. Like, I suppose I could go to, I could transfer money from Australia into Citibank Thailand. I could then go to Citibank Thailand, right, pay 250 baht and get cash over the counter from Citibank. So it's 250 baht. That's $10, right? And then I could take that cash down to what they call it, one of those really cut rate dealers on, what do they call it? People talk about it all the time. The cash dealers on the ATM, on the BTS stations and things like that. And they got really good rates. But again, I've looked at those rates, and those rates are never as good as what you get from what do you call it? TransferWise, right? TransferWise, right, is costing me a fee, which is $20, right, to transfer $2,000, right, into my bank account. There's no running around. It arrives there in a day or two, right? Doing a cash transfer, like they have a buy and they have a sell price. That buy and the sell price is always above and below the cash rate. And when you look at the buy price and the sell price, right, you're looking, that's how they make their money. They've got a fee in there. And that's why they are never on market rates, right? You can play those rates if there is a sudden increase in rate on the money market from Australian dollars to Thai baht. You can leverage that. If you're quick and you've got the cash, you can get down to there and you can get it at the pre-change rate, which might save you, which might make you a few extra bucks. But you got to run around. You got freaking, you got to get there. You got taxi fees, BTS fees, all running around. Unless of course the bloody the dealer is in your hotel room. I just don't see the point, right? The people talk about it, but really, I know people coming overseas, they're going to bring cash with them, right? And that's obviously an advantage to you because the cash is in your pocket. But for us who are here, we don't have that cash and we don't have availability of that cash anymore. We have to actually draw that cash out, right, and transfer it across the continents. And that's really not something you can do. So it's not a function. If that's what you mean, that's what I'm getting at. So, Eva Gray, so we're talking about the thing. Fellow Wazza here, any idea how hard it is to get a job there in Thailand? I've done a bit of teaching, but it was on, teaching is that teaching is not great. Now, Fraser, Hatyai Fraser, I'm pretty sure he's in that list. Fraser. Don't know why he hasn't showed up there. I didn't sort of Fraser Hatyai. What was his most recent video? Oh, that was just because he hasn't done a video this week. It was a week ago. It's already covered in Monday. But Fraser, he does. He does teaching. He actually has a business here. Teaching, online teaching, but he has talked about this a few times, which is the fact that there are options of teaching Chinese using what they call a digital nomad sort of style living here in Thailand. But you have to be over 50 to leverage that or be doing on the bounce. You can't get a visa to teach here to do that style of work, but it's a good way to top up your income. You can take a lower paid teaching job here, 2 to 3 days a week with the university. The universities are looking for people all the time. You just got to make the inroads. You've got to have some sort of qualification in teaching, but if you can convince the university that you're worth, the 20,000 baht, a month for the salary, right? You're only working 2 to 3 days a week to do the specific classes that they're going to allocate you, right? You can then supplement that income right, as a digital nomad, doing online teaching, maybe with Fraser and Fraser's system. He has got a pretty much a paint by numbers system that's his business. He also has talked about on his channel some other leverage systems that he's used in the past, which are, basically working and through contacts where you're teaching the Chinese English, right, but you're working from Thailand, and that can pay upwards of $16 to $20 an hour. Which is better than poking an eye with a blunt stick. If you can get 10 hours, that's 5 hours, and that can definitely supplement that income. And it's definitely worth looking at. Of course, if you don't have some sort of qualification to teach, you're going to be stuck for that sort of for a job. Nobody's come knocking up my door for me to change my retirement visa into like a technical visa to come and work for them. I have said to GG if Foodland want me to, because that's who he works for. Was it Foodland? No, he works for Villa. If Villa want me to come and update all their computer systems and get it all freaking computerized and everything else, he knows exactly what I can do and what I can do for them, probably better than anybody that the Thais can employ. I'm always available, but quite frankly, I'm retired, right? I don't need the money, right? So you would be paying an Australian salary, right, based on the fact that I don't want to work, right? But I'll make it all work for you. And you know how good I am. But the other outside thing is I'm going to want you to do the visa work. I'm not going to be bothered with the visa work. I'm going to have somebody else go and do all that bullshit, because quite frankly, I'm not going to fucking tolerate it. It's bad enough doing the retirement visa stuff, and quite frankly, the headaches I've heard from him and from other people, right, doing the work visa freaking run around in Bangkok. It's not a lot of fun. So there will be sort of costs involved. And maybe that's why they haven't approached me. They realise it's probably outside their budget. But I haven't had anybody else knocking on my door, but I haven't been looking either. Robert Mack, I found out a long time ago it's better to have one good woman instead of a couple bad ones. Exactly, Robert. I think you're on the same wavelength as me, and we should sit down and have a beer and talk about that. Even maybe do a video together about it. I don't know. Up to you. When you get here, just definitely give me a call. Probably make a good vlog. You can set up your cameras and we can do the whole multi-camera thing, and we'll work something out. William Poole, good morning. Hope all is well. Yep, we actually haven't had no rain so far today. Probably should be out there doing a ride. And we're just gone past the 2 hour mark, I realise. Drop Fraser off there again. I don't know, what are we looking at? We're looking at me, or I need 3 screens, I tell you. Let's bring up the next one here. The next article might be a talking point. Central banks warn against the high yield forex scam. Yes, something that I thought, people seem to ask me a lot of investment questions, so I thought this was worth throwing out. The Bank of Thailand issued a warning on Tuesday against foreign exchange trading scam circulating on social media websites. The System Bank of Thailand finance market said some websites and some most social media pages are inviting people to invest in forex trading, which now, first up, forex trading, yes, it's a very good thing, right? And one of my actually pretty much all my investments have a leverage on forex trading, but I don't do it as a particular forex commodity. I do it as a basket commodity, and I play the long game rather than the instant gratification game, for want of a better word. I don't need the direct cash. I'm not playing in the money market. I don't know enough about the money market to be of any use, but I am playing EVE Online, and I am now studying the money market of EVE Online, because a lot of investment advisors say if you can master the EVE Online money market trading system, then you can pretty much transfer all those skills across into the instant money market trading system in the real world, and make quite a lot. Most of the people have done that. They've talked about it and actually made quite appreciable investment strategies based on what they learned in Eve, watching how the whole system works. So it's one of the things I do. But yeah, okay, enough of the sidetracking again. These websites are possible a scam or a pyramid scheme where you make the money on entrance fees and no actual trading of foreign currencies, she warned. Watcher said that according to Thai law, any transaction involving foreign exchange must be carried out with agencies such as commercial banks and securities companies. Right, so that's what this is saying. Don't get suckered into, if you're over here in Thailand and you're playing these things, don't get suckered into these individual scams, right? Unless, of course, you can directly see they're bank certified or they're a securities company certified company, which is going to take some research. Steer clear of them. Again, I have my own point of view on Bitcoin. Bitcoin, when Facebook launched their coin next year, we should see a complete change in the whole landscape of Bitcoin. But until then, people are still trying to leverage position before that really goes public. And quite frankly, it has very little value to me over what I do in my investments. And again, I don't have squillions of dollars invested, right? I have, more than $500,000 invested, but I'm not going to say any more than that, right? I'm only a small-time player in the big scheme of things. But again, it supplies me with a lifestyle here in Thailand, and I'm very appreciative of that. I may make a bit of pocket money. So if anybody who wants to, send me some pocket money, for buying drinks or whatever, you're always welcome to hit that little dollar sign on the chat there, and whatever. But money's money. People want to sort of pledge something and Patreon. I'm only too appreciative of it. Always sort of do. It just goes to helping everybody. As I said, I do the meetups now, and it costs me 200 baht and 250 baht just to do a meetup, out of my pocket, just to go and help other people enjoy some time together and talk shop, and talk about Thailand in general. But I'm doing it to build community. That's what I do. This is my thing. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of negative influences out there trying to pull down the community. I think the only way to combat that, in my opinion, is to build a better community where we can all have a difference of opinion and all help each other. But there will be always certain elements that will want to be lone wolves and do their own thing. And it's not me to sort of say they can or can't do it. I'm not the thought police. But I have a different way of thinking, and if I can continue that different way of thinking and help other people, if I just help one person, my day has been good. Anyway, so that was that article there. Thanks. I'll check out Fraser's channel. I'm off for a week. Have a good one, mate. Good on you, Adam. Catch you later. Hi, JR, Justin Rogers. Whatever or however you invest, we are all susceptible to money market crashes. Too right, Stephen. If there is a thing that I worry about outside, the 4 days a year I have to deal with immigration, it is what the money market is doing. It is something that always worries me. It could go completely belly up tomorrow. I do have a position where I could, if it really looks bad, I could convert to gold, with just basically logging into a website and doing an instant transfer into gold at that rate that they're going to offer at that time, right? That would be a position that I would take up if it looked like it was just going south. But a 4%, 5% drop in the Dow Jones doesn't worry me, because it usually, the way that the system works, 4 or 5% drop. I think we had a sort of 6% drop in January this year. That didn't seem to affect it affected my investments over that period of about 2 to 3 weeks, but it recovered quite nicely, and it recovered with a bounce. This is what happens. Short term, that's where you take a bigger risk. You're putting money behind something. Hopefully something's going to change, and then if it doesn't change, then you're out of pocket. There's a Bitcoin trading system that I think the ex-Prime Minister of Thailand, Taiwan Shinawat, what his name, I don't even know it, but that's his name. He was on one of these articles a couple of weeks ago, talking about an app you can download, which leverages a number of different Bitcoin trading banks and looks at the what they call the leverage difference between each bank, where you each of the coins, where you could then buy and sell on those coins and then make a decent sort of profit, and you can make some pretty serious profit using that particular trading system. Quite frankly, I just don't like you cannot guarantee that they're going to fork the currency. And when I say fork the currency, that's a terminology in Bitcoin trading. We don't have any control of them changing the actual algorithms that create the money. And that's what they call a fork. And the fork then splits the money, and it gets off the side. I don't want to go into it. It's just, you've got no control. The people who have the most coins have the control, right, which is really the thing that I've always discounted away from the whole Bitcoin trading system, which is it's supposed to be a decentralized system, right? But unfortunately, people have jumped on this decentralized bandwagon, and now Bitcoin, for instance, right, forked, and like there's two primary coins, one that's still trading as Bitcoin, which is primarily Chinese owned. So they've got the say so. They can fork it any time they want, right? And they could fork it at a moment's notice if they want to make money, right? But if you don't know if you're not in that crowd of those few people dealing with it, then you're up shit creek. And again, the people that play in the money market, the forex traders that jumped on Bitcoin in 2017 and drove the thing to $20,000 a coin, they had no clue, and most of those lost quite severely when that thing just did a freaking nosedive. It went up quickly and it fell just as quickly as it did. I would just say on a basis, the coin right now is still probably 1,000, 1,500 above what it should be, which means, I'm basing on what I know about currency markets. So I would sort of estimate if I was looking at trading now, well, it went down to 8,100, it's currently 8,200. I would say that the real value of Bitcoin right now, outside speculation, is maybe 6,500, right? If it dropped down to 6,500, I might buy some. I would think that would be a good buy value. But quite frankly, it's one of those sort of games. Again, I've got the money I could put into it, but it's just one of those sort of things. I can't control it, right? That thing there should be, looking at that from a long term. If I take it to a 2-year max. 8,100 I think still too high. Looking at a particular speculative graph, 6.5. I would probably buy at 6.5. I wouldn't buy at 8.5. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The last article I wanted to bring up before we just look at what people were commenting on. I did mention this earlier in the piece, so we'll get to this in a second. Getting that way, Dowlow, after... thanks, Stephen. Your dollar is better here than in the Philippines. I don't know, is it? I haven't even looked at what it is in the Philippines. Maybe more people are going to the Philippines. I don't know. I really only concerned what concerned me. The dollar sort of stabilised at 20. Actually, I did have something I was going to show some people. Let me sort of bring this thing up. We'll take that one off. This requires me to do some little bit of outside, speculative thinking. Now, where did I put it? I put it here somewhere. I'm going to have to sort by date created. Date modified. Pretty sure I put it here. Here we go. I'm going to throw up a little picture here. Like, people worry about the currency, and I think that there was a few videos done recently by a couple of vloggers. Now, this it's not a really good way of looking at it. But this particular graph here is, I'm pretty sure this one here was the Australian dollar to the Thai baht. Now, I did this about a week ago. That's where. So we're running about 20.5 on average. Let me just check that. Don't want to tell you a lie right now. So 1 week, 20.72. Okay, so we've had a bit of a climb. So that's what we've got to... Did you realise that between 1985 through to 1997, it was below the 20 baht, but it never went below 15 baht, 15.5 baht to the dollar. That was some particular political turmoil that was going on at the time as well. There's a lot of mitigating circumstances. It was also when I think the Australia dollar, before the Australia dollar was floated on the world exchange. So I can't really close. I can't bring all this stuff up at once, which is a bit of a nuisance. I can't see what the chat's doing. But yeah, so we talk about, we talk about the good times when Australia dollar was 31 baht to the dollar, and then we can overlay that with another graph there, which was I'm trying to work with this one. No, it was have to go up to the top. Do I? I can't remember which picture was that one. I think I cut it off. That was comparing to the US dollar. So the second graph, or they're the same colour. If I turn that off, you can see which is the second colour. That's comparing the US dollar with the Australian dollar, and how we were, how the US dollar has floated around. Australian dollar to the US dollar, so on and so forth, and how the Australian dollar is comparing in those two markets there. And then, of course, we can also compare the US dollar to the Thai baht. And we talk about, US dollar hitting parity at 30 baht to the dollar, and I hardly ever see anybody talking about when the US dollar was 45 baht to the dollar. We don't talk about those times. So they were around the 2004, 2005. It's sort of, water under the bridge now. You've got to understand that, these different rates do compare quite comparatively across the world stage. And, we did pretty good. We did to, where's it going to go? People are speculating that, the Thai baht is going to climb on the world stage to be a sort of a first-class currency. Well, given the longest term period from 1970, they've had, quite a few years to do that, and it hasn't happened yet. I really speculate contrary to some of those articles, and I think people are having themselves on. The major players in the stage are really not going to let it happen. The only thing that could upset the apple cart is an alternate currency, which is the one being, spruiked by Facebook, which would be their internal trading sort of currency for buying advertising. They want to get out. They want to have what they call a uniform currency that is globally recognised, so that you can buy their advertising based on their currency, as opposed to different countries having to pay different rates for this. The US dollar is not favourable to certain countries to do their advertising. By doing this, using their own currency, they'll be able to stabilise it based on popularity of the currency, rather than manipulation of the rates outside and with banking systems, which is, again, it's a good idea, but it will also stabilise the Bitcoin sort of trading system, because there will be one currency that people will be able to base it against, and will be based against, a real world trading system, which is buying advertising for Facebook. If anybody understands what I've just sort of said, you might want to feed it back to me, because that's just the way it flows out of my mind, and I don't really want to spend too much time thinking about it, because that's the way I speculate different ideas. Anyway, getting back to this, where JR, there's value of the dollar, there's value of gold, least fungible. Well, yeah, it's fungible, but it's also one of those sort of things that's sort of safe haven as well, and it can take a bit of a hit when sort of, like they will move things between gold and other investments. Like as I said, if I saw it going south in the Dow Jones, right, and going down probably, if it dropped more than 10% on the Dow Jones, I would then take a loss, but I'd move to gold. And with my investments, and try to sort of hopefully stave off anything worse, and hopefully let it recover. But then again, it's one of those things you got to do. That's right. If Stephen, if it sounds too good, it's Chinese owned. I feel much better. Yeah, you're right. William Poole, nothing 100% safe now. Yep, it is. Everything's a risk, right? The safe havens. Well, even your job these days is not a safe haven. I think there's just as much risk as being in a friggin' underpaid job than there is in the money markets. At least the risk is the one that you're taking and you're betting on yourself. Look at Thomas Cook. Well, that was always on the wall for the last 10 years. But if you had shares in Thomas Cook, you're up shit creek. I didn't have shares in Thomas Cook, I can tell you that for certain. I didn't have shares in the travel industry either. Anything travel industry I based, it's a very finicky market. But nothing's, as I said, nothing's safe. Yes, long term, as long as Thai will always stand the test of time. But as a long-term substance, it's really there's other things that are going to grow better than gold, right? At a medium term, if you know what I mean. My strategy, medium term, is doing better than gold would. But again, I have a higher risk factor, and again, it's just the amount of risk you're prepared to take. It's again also comes down to having more than eggs in one basket as well. I have a number of different systems leveraging different types of ways of doing things. I just heard a dip, I don't know. What was that? Anyway, going, nothing's understood safe in the long term. I wanted to get onto this particular last subject before we close out, which was, I did allude to it, to do with, this whole idea of the medical marijuana, which is one of the things that they've been introducing and are starting to take off, and they're now growing, and they've now got dedicated growers. There's also at foot a policy that's being spruiked by one of the pro-junta parties, or I don't like to say pro-junta because it's no longer the junta, it's the party that spawned off the junta, where one of the allying pro-parties, they only really joined if they could get their particular ideas passed, and one of their ideas was what they call homegrown cannabis, which means you will be allowed to grow up to 6 plants yourself. As a Thai person, foreigners would not be allowed to, but you'll be allowed to carry up to 50 grams and have up to 6 plants growing at home for your own personal medical needs. And the thinking behind this, one of the articles talked about the fact that you would then be able to sell this to the government repositories that are actually making the medical marijuana. It'll be another way for small income Thai families, especially up in the north. They could have their commercial banana crops, and they can have half a dozen plants growing, and that could be part of their commercial crop, because you can, in Thailand, you can actually have two crops per season, because plants will mature within 6 months in this weather, and it becomes quite a nice commercial crop. 6 plants, that will get you sort of probably maybe 1.5 kilos of cannabis, which has a decent sort of fiscal policy value to medical marijuana. It'll be sort of policed and everything else, but and getting back onto the 12-month medical marijuana, this is something that's now being proposed, and again I think it's a great idea. And the visa that they're talking about talks about the fact that you've ever taken a 12-month medical tourism visa. They're just looking for other ways to introduce other people to come out. I would like them to improve the whole 12-month retirement visa, but if you're if you're under the age of 50, you could have back-to-back cosmetic surgery done. Like nose surgery, Chanya's nose has been done. She's had, silicone additions done. And I'm not talking about guys wanting to come over here to get breast implants, but it could qualify for that 12-month medical tourism visa. You can, because there has to be follow-up visits and things like that. If you have a nose job, it takes probably 3 months of follow-on visits. You've got to go and see the doctor, and then you might want to have an eye lift, or you might want to have a cheek lift, or you might want to have the bags under your chin removed, and you could pretty much have back-to-back 12-month visas for quite a period of time, coming on this pretext because you've got that follow-on in your recuperation, which will be part of the visa process. It'll be depending on obviously the type of medical tourism you're doing, but I think it's got some potential value to increase. But I would still like them to sort of do something about the whole retirement visa, or even give other people an option to come here. If you can contribute to the Thai economy, it's a I'd like to see what Kamara's a bitch actually said there, but we'll time him out anyway. But yeah, I think it's got some potential. Anyway, let's sort of wrap things up for today's show. Okay, so where are we? 12-month medical visa. A $100 colonoscopy seems much better than a 4K pay in Australia. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. You could come out here on a sort of you got probably you get a 3-month visa on that one. Colonoscopy and some remedial sort of work, and go into a health spa as part of the follow-on, and they may give you 6 months. Who knows? I don't know what's going to how it's going to pan out, but at least they're entertaining a new way of other people to come over here. So yeah, Justin, if you want to feed back to anybody else who wants to know, what's a loaf of bread? Like a loaf of bread. This is how I look at exchange rates, right, and how the world works. A loaf of bread in Australia is about $3.50, right, which is equivalent here to about 75 baht. Does that make sort of sense? Whereas a loaf of bread from 7-Eleven I can get for, I think, 28 to 30 baht, depends on what brand. So 30 baht for a loaf of bread. So your cost of living here in Thailand generally sort of equates to about, I can buy 2 loaves of bread here in Thailand for every loaf of bread I can buy in Australia. And that sort of gives you an overall view of your relative cost of living. There's some things in Thailand, like if you said, the big ticket items, because of import duties, you're going to pay more for. But generally food you're going to pay less for. I've always used the loaf of bread. So, from what, in pesos, what's a loaf of bread worth in the Philippines? Can we equate that? That was how I would put it in a sort of a real world term. Time for recession. We're on time the recession, was it? Yeah, but that was before Australia went into floated the dollar. When did Australia float the dollar? My history on these sort of things is really quite poor. The recession we had to have. Yeah, I know there was a recession we had to have, but it didn't really. I was actually, I think, a foreman of a firm, and I sort of rode out that recession because I was getting paid more than I was getting paid the year before because I'd upped my professional level. So it didn't really affect me that much. I think from a income PAYE, employee, I had outridden the recession because I'd doubled my income by changing jobs. Well, I didn't really double my income, but I was making 30% more because I had a better position across that period of time, as opposed to other people. So it didn't really affect me. But I think, if I remember rightly, I wasn't I was still going skiing. I still had a bit of a lifestyle where I was enjoying being free as a single bloke, and I'd go skiing trips. I was skiing twice a month. I went down the Snowy River twice a month to go skiing, for 2 to 3 days. I'd have a day off here and a day off there, and didn't really faze me. In Australia, I couldn't go skiing for the last 10 years. It was just too expensive. But in those days, I could go skiing. I had a disposable income, for want of a better word, and it was a lot more lucrative. It was going out and drinking with the boys in the pub and having a good time in the city was, sort of things I looked at. I didn't really sort of buckle down to my regime of savings, and recession proofing and everything else until the early 90s or mid 90s. I was very much a disposable income sort of guy. Didn't even know about Thailand and what the benefits of Thailand. If I'd known about Thailand in '87, I would have been over here in Thailand. But I was living the life in Australia. Currency, all world currencies. Yeah, but again, it's all to do with manipulation of currencies. Nobody can really sort of guarantee the currencies you're on these days. Dollar going downhill next year. Election always does. It's hard to say. Thailand is doing some things right on the world stage. They're investing in infrastructure, and they're not really going into much debt for it. But again, they're backpedaling with their policies on tourism because they've taken a hit in the back pocket. The three recent high-speed train projects. One of them has been put on the back burner and two of them have been cancelled. Basically, they couldn't garner enough investment from the people who have got money, which is countries like China and America and other investment firms that would invest in those sort of things to, basically the Chinese yuan has dropped 20 or 50 points in the last 6 months. So the Chinese, they're looking at better places, greener pastures to go and spend their money. If you get caught growing cannabis, just tell the police it was planted. Oh, right, yeah. Stephen, and your jokes. I would like you to come on here and give those jokes on voice rather than typing. But yeah, okay. You're a Luddite. It's all right. You won't get your headphones on for me. You won't. I know. But I did see recently that cannabis has been legalised in the ACT. So here we have we have got law discriminating against cannabis. They won't even sort of do, legalise growing for medical use. They're actually importing cannabis for their medical cannabis usage from other places. It is still highly illegal across the frickin' whole of Australia, but now you can legally grow 2 plants for personal use in Canada, which is where the politicians make these laws. It is bizarre. It really is bizarre. Just the whole two-faced thing is bizarre. Anyway, somebody probably just did something there. I don't know. That was probably a subscriber. Somebody subscribed. I didn't see it flash up, unfortunately. Heard the bell. Anyway, penis implant. That one works. Yeah, penis implant. I don't know how that one works at all. It will be legalised soon after that. After that, if they let you grow. Were you talking about Thailand or talking about Australia? So we're legalised. There are legal growers here in Thailand now. It has to be approved by the government to be a grower, and it's highly scrutinised. Yeah. Australia, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure that they don't have growers in Australia. I'm pretty sure they're still importing the stuff, and they still want to bust you for having a joint in your car. Okay, so William Poole going. Got a buy, go get there. See William Poole, good on you, mate. Jim L, hey everybody, how you doing? I'm doing good. How's yourself? Um, bread, 40 pesos, less than $1. So that's really interesting to make that comparison, considering it's about $1.50 here, to know that 40 pesos is less than $1. So it does to me instantly sort of say the Philippines does look like a better cost of living. Just based on a loaf of bread, but I don't know what all the other downsides are. So, maybe Justin, if you could give us some of the. I have not been watching anything to do with Philippines. Again, they're sort of trying to convince China to move to the Philippines would be just as hard as me convincing her to move to Australia. But it probably would satisfy her weather-wise to move there. She has enough command on the English language. She'd probably find some Thai compatriots who have moved over there, if push comes to shove. But I really don't know the negatives of what the Philippines are. I find there's a lot of negativity in the Thai, in the Philippines genre of vlogging, and quite frankly, I have enough time trying to watch the channels I do watch, without having to sort of double up that whole regime of what to do and where to go. I found that the Philippines that on Facebook, they are a lot more pushy with the want to make you friend, and sorry, I need, my sick cow is, I had 2 testicles chopped off and I need money to pay the bill, which seems to be more heavily inflated than it does here in Thailand. But again, maybe it's just the approach. I don't get Thai people on Facebook that friend me, message me, and then sort of want help out with a sick cow, but I get it from the Filipinos that friend me on Facebook and want help with a sick cow. There's something going on there. It's a different cultures. And that's why I tend not to friend the Filipinos, because I've had enough of the whole sick cow jokes. It was 83 the album, yeah, so I didn't know. Thanks for that, Stephen. I thought it was actually earlier than that. 95 pesos for a 750 bottle of local rum. $2. Okay, so drinking sounds like a way to go. Do they have a problem with alcohol over there? Is it really like, sort of, we have an alcohol problem in the Indigenous Australian sort of sector. Having cheap alcohol, does it, like I think we have an alcohol problem over here in Thailand as well, because, I think, got, $10 for a bottle of, Hong Tong. It's quite cheap when you think about it. That's a 750ml bottle of, whiskey. It might not be 40% proof, but it might be 30% proof. And again, 37 baht for a can of beer. We have a problem with alcohol over here. I'm pretty sure they have a problem with alcohol over there at that sort of pricing too. Sinister. I keep on, every time I see that name, Sinister, I keep on thinking of the X-Men for some reason. Is that why you got that name, Sinister? I don't know, you're an X-Men fan? I particularly like that particular character in the X-Men comics. He was one of my favourites. Hi Warren, how are you doing? How are you, Cobber? Been a while since I made it to live. Yeah, well, still doing. I'm trying to do them twice a week now. This time, which we've sort of said an hour or better, if people are still here and tuned in. I haven't sort of checked how many people are tuned in. I usually let Stephen keep me informed on that one. So we've still got 23 people watching, so people are still there watching. So I'll keep on streaming while people are asking questions and being entertained. I run out of news articles, so that we're on the closing throes. But yeah, the Monday night one, that's 5 p.m, which is 8 p.m, 9 p.m, depending on the time zone, Sydney time zone it is. There's more for the Australian viewers. And as I mentioned recently, we seem to get those clone accounts popping up on the Monday evening live streams, which tend to, I want to stick to the hour format just to keep in the loop of the Australian people and my Australian compatriots. But we also have those more seedier elements tuning in as well. So I keep on thinking the fact that those cloners are Australians with nothing better to do with their time than to jump on YouTube, make a fake email address, make a fake YouTube account, or join YouTube, and then extol their vitriol, and then get banned, and then they're off. 10 minutes later, they've made another one, because that's YouTube's problem. That's not my problem. But Australians, if they want to fucking do that shit, that's quite up to them. As well. I'll wear that hat on a Monday night, which is my Dillygaff hat. Doesn't really bother me. If they want to waste their time and come on and have 2 cents worth and then disappear by being banned, that's quite up to them. I'm not the thought police, but they won't stick around here, that's for certain. Taiwan may be an option for retirement. Seems to be a sane place. Yeah, but again, so Taiwan and China still wants to own Taiwan, don't they? Again, will that ever happen? Will Taiwan and China really ever settle their differences? China seems to think that they own Taiwan, but Taiwan doesn't want to have anything to do with China. But they're in the waters, and Blues Inc. They needed votes to support the cannabis consumers. Yeah, politicians. I know they did. That's the thing. Whether we'll actually see the actual votes come through, that's that's another. But quite frankly, I've been pro cannabis since I was a teenager. All this negativity, it makes you stupid. Well. Okay, did it make me stupid? Maybe I'm stupid. I dated a ladyboy. I don't know. Does that make me stupid? I have an IQ of 139. It was my last Mensa test 15 years ago. I've done 2 Mensa tests. One before I smoked cannabis, which had me similar rated. I think it was 137 when I had my Mensa test back before I joined Floyd Street Boys High. So, when I was 12 years old, I had an IQ level based on, because IQ is based on age and things like that, and they rated me at, mid 130s in, 1970, right, 15 years ago, well, it was 20 years, another Mensa test, it was to do with something, 139 rating, and I smoked cannabis all my life. Did it make me stupid? Okay, maybe I might be smarter. I think it just woke me up the fact that it didn't really matter. The systems are all fucked up anyway. I think I improved my outlook on life. I can tolerate the idiots. I can think back to all the other idiots I've met in my life and think, yeah, you're making each, say whatever you want to say. You've got no idea of the real world and whatever. I can't be bothered with you guys. Probably if I met them in real life, I might actually enjoy their company. I never know. Once they got to meet me, that's the thing. I find I don't really have enemies. I have a few people that don't want to associate with me, but that's their choice. I don't interfere with their life, and they don't interfere with me. But I find usually it's a misunderstanding from somewhere, and when that happens, and when the misunderstanding is resolved, we somehow become friends. Work that one out. Anyway, 24 people and 20 yes, 29 thumbs up. Yeah, it's a 30 thumbs up. Blues Inc. I'm from Singapore. Legit Singaporean. I really want to get down there and check. I've only checked out the airport. I really want to get down there and check out Singapore. It's one place in Malaysia or the Malaysia area that I would really probably enjoy checking out. I just like their attitudes, their thinking about the world stage and always looking forward and always making those decisions to be better. The world could take a really good leaf out of their book. They don't seem to get bogged down so much in political intrigue and bullshit. Probably because they got very little land mass. They have to learn how to live together. Which again, another thing I believe in. I think I think we just need to learn to live together rather than have all these sort of negative issues that we have to deal with. Wonder how good it will grow in Canberra. Yeah, it's bloody cold there, I know, but I've actually known some of my compatriots in Australia. They've been growing cannabis in Canada for quite some time. I won't say who they are. I don't know if they're still growing, but I know they were growing 10 years ago, and they lived in Canada. Canberra, Canada. I know. Oh, God, I think I'm just probably time for me to like it's coming up to the. I'm starting to get a little bit phased. Yes, growing in Canberra, ACT. But yeah, we had some pretty good stuff coming out of Canberra because they were growing under greenhouses and in roofs and things like that. It doesn't snow much there, and that's one of the things you've got to watch out for in growing inside. It will melt the snow on your roof if you've got grow lights, so it can be a dead giveaway. But you can still grow pretty good for 6 months of the year, and we're getting some good crops out there because the police just weren't so much in your face. Taiwan as a country screwed you. Steve Monash didn't say that in China. You don't say that in China, yeah. Hope they are not watching. I don't think China would be bothered watching. I don't think you can watch YouTube in China unless, of course, you're using a VPN anyway. So we're all good. We can say anything we want about China. And did you answer the question about Chanya's TV? I went to the shop. Okay, Chanya's TV. In retrospect, is she going to have her own channel? In the last live stream, she did sort of say that she wants to focus on her building her shop. She has talked to me about having a channel, but she says she will do it, but she wants to be more on par with the Thai way of doing things. Things are working well at the shops. It's good, the shop customer, apart from the rain that we have to deal with for the next month. The customer base is growing. She's getting more and more people coming for repeat visits. And that's how she gauges the growth of the shop. So she's either taking customers from other shops around the area where people are coming to see her specifically because she's doing a better job, much to the obviously disapproval of the other shops around the place. It's always there is only so many people will go to the shop, but then again, we've got I don't know how many of my channel viewers come out here and want to go there. They say that they're going to go to the shop. That happens probably at least once a month. Whether they're going there without telling me because they want to see me, they want to see Chanya, I don't know. Doesn't really worry me. As I say, I'm sure people watch my channel because they're wanting to see what Chanya says and does. But she's the comedy relief on the channel. But she's going to do something about it. I've sort of said she needs to focus on Facebook. She's got 1,500 people that follow her on Facebook. She should be posting more of the before and after photos to get more people from around the area to notice it. Again, posting from her shop page so that people can look at the times and so on and so forth and actually run it like a business. I don't mind the saying, like, you've got 1,000 baht, then why don't you run 1,000 baht ad on Facebook? It's worth doing. I can't do it for you. It's your page. And it's your money. You have to sort of say, is hitting another 1,000 page viewers through the Facebook advertising system, is that worth the 1,000 baht? $40. That's a lot of money. She may not think it's worth it. I think there's something to consider. It is a business. I don't do it for my video channel because it's not really a business. But people seem to watch the stuff I put up there, and it does help build the channel, so it's all good. I hope Thailand doesn't sell out to China. I hope Thailand, Travelling Man, good afternoon. I hope Thailand doesn't sell it to China either, because it would really not make Thailand a very nice place. I think Thailand needs to, well, I don't think it's ever going to sell out. I don't think the the internal strife we've had in Thailand has always been to do with communism and the neighbouring countries. So whether I don't think they'd sell out to China. Communism is really not something that really fits in with the Buddhist mind frame. Yep. Where are we? So do Thais frequently ask you for loans? I have yet to have anybody ask me for a loan. The only loan I've actually done is, well, that's not really a loan. I set Chanya up in her shop. That cost 200,000 baht. You know, as a round. I there's a bit less than that, but all the stuff that we bought, getting her set up. But it's it's an asset value. It's an asset value to her. If I drop dead tomorrow, and the funds would soon dry. I haven't set up a lifelong what they call continuity of funds. She would have probably funding for 3 years of her life, based on me kicking the bucket tomorrow. But that would, she's all set up her shops. That would help her have her lifestyle that she's akin to. It's paying for the rent, and it takes care of mother as well. So, but outside that, those funds that are sitting in Thailand would dry up. Basically, that automatic payment that's with the bank would continue ad infinitum until the money ran out of that bank, and there's 1 million baht in that bank. Does that make sense? So eventually that money would run out because I wouldn't be transferring the money across to Australia. That money in Australia would then go to my daughter. So that's how it's all set up at the moment. And she knows that. So she's not in for the, I'm not the ATM. She understands the process, right? And, as things change, as I get more accepted in Thai life, if there were things changed to the way that they allowed me to own land, for instance, if I could then create an asset base here in Thailand, right, I would consider moving my asset base to Thailand, right? But right now, while at the moment of if I piss somebody off, right, said the wrong thing to the wrong person, and they fucking said something to somebody else and got screwed the wrong way, and then that somebody else said something to just somebody else and had a knock on the immigration that something that I said pissed somebody off, and I'm sorry, but you changed the oil on your bike last week, and that's a Thai job, I'm sorry, we're going to kick you out of the country. While I still have that impermanence of being a Thai citizen, I will not fully migrate my finances and my asset base to Thailand, because it'd be just a bad move. Anybody got a moment's notice to say, I'm sorry, we don't want you here. They could make up any story that they wanted and have me kicked out. While there's that impermanence, right, my asset base won't be here. I will keep what's required to comply with their law. And of course, that's where it really stands at the moment. And she understands that. Everybody understands that. And if that law changes, or if that position changes, then I would happily sort of then move more assets to Thailand. Anyway, best in America, so truth and sinister. All the way up to the point, it's not our fault, it's the nations or states. Most countries are the same, just different. I'll be in Bangkok, Blues Inc. I'll be in Bangkok from the 13th to 15th. On the 15th, go to UBP. I have no idea what UBP is. Okay. Bangkok, 13th, 15th. How does it work out in the calendar? Excuse me for a second while I try to run up something. Where's my calendar? Oh, it's the wrong calendar. I can't bring it. So it's on my. Let me see. It's on the other one. Calendar. 13th to 15th of October. Okay, so anniversaries of it's Tuesday. Okay, the 15th. On the 15th of October, we do have a meetup. So if you're in and you're still around for the night, you might want to join me for the meetup there. Blues Inc. It'll be at the Down Under Bar. So if you want it and you haven't left already, then drop along. Going to say hi. Yeah. Well, you can go through their whole citizenship process, which is quite an ordeal, from what I understand, Stephen. Um, um, but yeah, so it's one of those sort of things. I need to learn fluent Thai. Um, And as I said, we've tried this with Stephen, because he spent 5 years here. He knows a bit of Thai, and I said, well, why don't we start vocalising things together and, talk rather than type? Because how he romanises Thai is not how I romanise Thai, and I can't vocalise what he's typing as a romanised Thai English version. And the only way we're going to do that, Stephen, is if we get together and talk, right? So get your microphone hooked up to your damn system and talk to me. You slack. Talk just about every freaking day or type. Yeah, anyway, he's a good friend. Just that I'm annoyed that he won't get on voice. They can't seize your Thai bank account. Money is safe. Well, I understand that they can't, but of course, it's the Thai banking system really doesn't leverage good, forex, derived and indexed funds and things like that. I don't know how their index fund funding system works here. I don't know how to leverage the accounting system over here. That's going to require me to have a fully understanding and be able to read fluent Thai, right, to know what my rights are. These are all sort of part and parcel of the process of, getting a naturalisation to Thai. Everything I do is stuff I've worked out, and I take a particular mindset to it by what I learn. And while I can't really grok their language, grok is a Discordian term. It's there's a level of understanding where the understanding goes beyond just understanding the words that are used and the general semantics. Grok is the next level above, where you actually live the experience through all five senses. That's a grok. I don't want to sort of teach people anyway, but you can look it up on Wikipedia. It's GROCK. It's one of those memes that takes off in certain circles, but for the general public, they don't understand what grok means. Bluesing, xenophobia. Ooh, I don't have xenophobia. I love everybody. Anybody who wants to be an arsehole, I can't love. That's just them being an arsehole. And how do you love an arsehole? Well, stick a dick in it. I think that's probably going to come back and bite me somewhere. Somebody's probably recording that. Oh my God. I think the visa situation will get better in the future. I bloody hope so too. There is no correct orthography. I'm going to have to look up the word up. Come on, give me orthography. He's using a word I don't know. Search for orthography. And orthography is a set of conventions for writing. I think we did actually discuss this. Yeah, there is what they call a Romanized version that is approved, and I gave you the website for it, right? And it is what they call the Royal Thai version, right? There is an orthography that has been given a sanction within Thai, through the monarchy, and that does use a lot of different. You can see it most places. Unfortunately, Google uses an ISO standard, so you can never use the vocalization or the Romanized Thai version that Google use, because they go on, get right. But yeah, I do believe there is an orthography in the Romanized version. It's just not been readily adopted. But I even sent you some Thai links to some YouTubers, even from 10 years ago, right, of lessons they were doing, and they were using this particular version of the Romanized Thai, where they're accenting the longer vowels, and they're using sort of different accenting across the language, right. And this is the version that is being accepted, right. Pretty much every app that I got on my phone for the Thai language uses that orthography, right. The ones that don't use it, I just don't find to be anywhere near as good with the language, and obviously how to deal with the language. Anyway, we'll argue about that one ad infinitum, I'm sure. But if we can actually talk, Stephen, we'll do better. UBT, Ubon Ratchathani Airport. Okay, gotcha. So you're going to go up into Isan, which is not really Thailand. Isan's Isan, Isan just calls itself Thailand when it's convenient, but if you'd go there, they've got a different language. Got some great mates up in Isan. I met one down in Pattaya once, and he still follows the channel. I must get up there. I must do some bike rides. Hopefully I'll get up there to see him this year when the weather settles down. He's currently sort of dealing with water at the moment. Okay, this stream needs a little bit of comic relief, Melody. Yeah, okay. Well, Stephen is the comic relief. If we could come on with voice, he could then vocalise this comic relief. Yeah. Arsehat. I don't think I actually invented that term, Stephen. Arsehat was invented by Greg Bender. I'm pretty sure he was the one who first started calling everybody arsehats. I just particularly liked that particular, particular phraseology, Flying off the 15th at 3 p.m. So yeah, so you won't make the meet up. Okay, sorry, we start at 5. So there you go. There is a consistency of spelling in the transliteration of Thai to English, especially when it comes to proper nouns. Yeah, well, again, there's a version that they use on the signage for Thai to English, but again, even the spelling on that varies from time to time, depending on what they get out of Google Translate. I'm pretty sure. But again, so Google Translate is where that signage is coming from. It's not very helpful for the Thai inflections, and when it comes to something like Tanon Pet Kasem, right, which is Tanon Pet Kasem Road Thai. It will be then transliterated into English, and it'll be Tet Pet Kasem Road, right? But it's not. If you're trying to learn the language, you're trying to learn the Thai vocalizations, which helps you get the language better, which means you need to learn, Tanon Pet Kasem, Tanon, how do you write Tanon in English, because it doesn't transliterate into English. Doesn't have an equivalent word. Anyway, one more for one or more formulated language, greetings, etc. Yeah, is a total language for Thai. Tonal language, but tonal language, we also have a tonal language in English as well, to an extent. I've actually explained that one before, what in the meaning. I could say Bob stole Stephen's wallet, which is an inflection that Bob committed committed a breach of law against Stephen by stealing something. Or I could say Bob stole Stephen's wallet. Right, now the tonal inflection now is on Stephen, which has completely changed the whole context of the sentence. But as an English speaker, we don't think about it that way, whereas the Thais do think about it more on a specific word level, right? Whereas you can say Tsuai, or you could say Tsuai, right? And if you say the wrong Tsuai, and I still don't know which one's which, I think it's the Tsuai, right? Means the fact that that's bad luck. Whereas Tsuai is, you're pretty, or, that's pretty, or that's the word for pretty, or elegant, or it varies depending on the context as well. But again, most Thais, I know I don't know enough tonal Thai yet, but I can have a conversation, and if I say the wrong Sawai, they know that I'm not wishing Chanya a bad luck. They know that I've just said it wrong, and they'll have a bit of a laugh about it, and they will correct me. It's not something that's going to really be detrimental for you learning language. It's going to help eventually, but ultimately it's not a linchpin that stops you from learning the language, or not in my case. Yeah, okay. That's being more specific. I know. So Stephen does teach English, so he's being a bit. He's showing his prowess now with the language. Okay, intonational. Yeah, well, the tonal and intonational. In my book, it's a similar sort of idea, if you get what I mean. Anyway, look, we can go on all day about that. It's just gone 5 minutes past the hour, so we've ended the 3-hour mark now. Has everybody had enough? I don't know. How many people have got watching? We've still got 25 people watching. We've got, maybe half a dozen people commenting. So we've got 20 people being sneaky, listening. I don't know. We want a roll call now. Everybody listening, roll call and type something, so we know who's talking. We know who's watching. Okay, English is harmonious and well, okay. You have more big words for me. I'm going to have to look them ones up, aren't I? He's better at the when the two of us start typing in Stephen's live stream and use the big words. Stephen Clark really gets the shits with it, I tell you, because I think we just leave him for dead with the English language. But again, English language is not really part of the IQ level sort of testing system. For one of the things I could really improve on. When I lived in Thailand, I've learned it's all about the note. Yeah, well, I don't seem to struggle with it. I might get a sideways glance if I've said something wrong, but usually I've said enough to make the tone I've got wrong and the word I've said wrong. They will just fill in the blank and they understand what I'm talking about. So I get by with what I know now. I could do more, but that's going to take me to actually sit down and probably do, a couple of hours study a day and hopefully get better. At the moment I don't do any bloody study because I'm just freaking lazy. I'm retired. Anyway, so I'm going to close that down. There's nothing else we're going to go. Gritty over. What new? I just started to listen. And just started to listen and you want to go away? No, okay, well I got a new person. And bar lanes for power lines. Chakwa. Okay, so I don't even know what that is. That's I don't even know well. Google Translate it? I don't know. Chakwa. It's not even Google Translate is not even helping me either. Anyway, so we got a new person from Germany there. He said. Guten Abend, wie geht's? Guten Morgen, it's morning for you. Guten Morgen, wie geht's? My German is just so bad these days. Sprech Deutsch ein bisschen. Greetings from Germany. Hi, Joe. Joe Ford. He's there. He's just sitting there listening. Quite disappointed that the gamers didn't jump on the channel and say hello as well. But anyway, such is life. As I said, look, I will get around to doing that how to join Discord, because I'm pretty sure that once we get people using the Discord, we're going to have a lot more fun with this sort of thing, especially on a Saturday when everybody's got, we've got different time zones and different people from night and morning and afternoon and everything else. Could actually make for quite an interesting sort of as opposed to people being on, like I've got nothing against doing the whole video live stream, but a lot of people don't actually want to be on video. And it sort of puts blank things up on your Streamlabs. Not Streamlabs, what's it? StreamYard is the one they're using now. Same with when we're using Hangouts. Just people just didn't want to use Hangouts. They didn't want to, they want to talk. And what I want to do is I want to enjoy the actual, the whole party line thing. So it's something I do want to get promoted. So it does mean I'm going to do a how-to, so I can link people on how to join Discord, because it's not straightforward. We have done this before with Line, but Line tends to drop out too often. Discord is one of those sort of things that it's very stable when it comes to the whole audio circuit. That's why we use it in gaming, because the fact that it doesn't interfere with the games, doesn't interfere with whatever else is doing. I can pipe the Discord into the Streamlabs and actually have what they call a party line conversation, which we've done when we've run a few game videos. You've heard the other guys on there. The only thing the people that have to deal with, the 8 to 10 second delay for what's being talked about on the channel. And most people can deal with that, especially if they've done live streaming before. Oh, okay. He's Victoria. No, Chuck Wow, yeah. No, Chuck Wow has never really reached out to me. He's never made any association with me. I've seen a couple of his videos. Won't say anything bad about him, but he's not my style of vlogger. But if he was to be joining the Thailand Vloggers Hub, right, I'm not the thought police. He might get a lot of negativity for the videos that he puts up on our channel from the people that are on that Facebook group. I will try to keep all the comments above the line, right? If people want to start bagging people and saying bad things, that's one of the rules. If you can't say something good about somebody, it's best to say nothing at all. Otherwise, I will remove all the comments. And we've had that recently happening, where something just got a little bit out of hand, but I just said, no, it's degrading into a he said, she said, let's just cut it there, and I removed the whole thread. But it does happen. Chuck Wow, he's quite welcome to join the Facebook group or reach out to me and sort of make himself known to me at the moment, because he does his thing and he's doing his own thing, right? And has never made an association with me, I will not promote him. But as I said, the rules are above the line, guys, above the line. If you can all stay above the line and stop picking on each other, then I'm quite happy to be friends with you. Chuck Well, yeah. So, okay, when you're going to when am I going to Big C again? Well, whenever it just happens. If we do go to Big C and I've got something to talk about, well, I always video it. So I've got no reason to go. It's only Chanya wants to go to Big C. I go to Big C Extra, which is like 5 minutes down the road, where I buy my weekly supplies of fruit juice. No, I don't buy my Konom there. I buy the fruit juice and a few other supermarket items I buy that I keep in the fridge. There's a fruit juice that I drink, and I buy bacon and the sliced meat, which Mother, she likes to cook breakfast for me. She'll cook eggs and bacon and things like that, because I buy it, of course. And I just goes to the household sharing bin, and she makes food with it. I buy that. I buy what else I buy. It doesn't matter. When I'm at a shopping bar, stuff I buy. I buy chicken. I buy chicken wings and chicken legs and things like that. And it just goes into the communal food. But yeah, I'm in there by myself, and I'm out of there by myself in like 10 minutes. So it's not really sort of something I do. But vlogging big C, it just, to me, doesn't make sense unless of course Chanya's there. Yeah. The euro's under 33 baht now, is it? I haven't even looked at that. But again, it's to do with the manipulation of currencies. Thai is doing really good. They're doing the right thing. Tommy Crush. I'm referring to the English language. I don't know how Noah Webster could have been so stupid and not to know the colour. Oh yeah, don't worry. I sort of, English language. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into an English American language difference. Oh my God. Yeah, I've never understood how that the language diversified. Like why couldn't we have a? It's almost like somebody sort of said, we're going to be different, and we're going to be different because of, just because we can, and that's pretty much the way a lot of things run these days. Yeah, rule number 3. That's right. Just you. Yeah. So we're not here to discuss YouTube. That's real. Yeah. That's the other one. So do not discuss monarchy. This is an international law to keep your stir coy. That's the right. Don't keep on forgetting. I've got the rules up in here as well. So we don't talk about the other vloggers. Okay, we've mentioned his name. The reason why I review the other channels is to give them a bit of a shout out, to say these are other pet channels doing the thing. People that know me, they know that I'm always above the board, I'm above the line. If they see Warren Gertie's writing insults in their comments section, they can be assured that it is not me. All right, it's a clone account. I've always made that known to everybody I associate with because people want to clone me. They just think it affects my life. It doesn't. If they're doing that, and it brings the attention to the fact that there is a vlogger called Warren Gertie's, and guess what? 30% of my views or my referrals come from my name because people are looking for me by name. It's the way it works. But yeah, I said, Chuck, quite happy to sort of, review his, and in the review roundup, I always keep it positive. If I can, right? I can't really say that it's I can't. I don't watch his stuff. I've seen a couple of videos that I would not recommend, but I think he's also done apologies as a rebuttal to the negativity that he might have created around those videos. So he's trying, right? But again, it's got a particular different audience to me. So can I get Cumberland sausage? I really couldn't tell you. Like, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of sausage meats you can get at Foodland. I've been into Foodland a few times, and there are some interesting stuff in there. Bratwurst. There was before when I used to eat beef. What was that spiced beef? I used to have it on my sandwiches. I can't remember what it's called now. But yeah, it's there's a lot of different meats you can get. Especially, in that sausage sort of varieties at Foodland, they have a lot of stuff there. I can't even say that word. Rule 4. Yeah, hate speech. Yeah, I just don't see what's hate speech. This is one of the things I've always sort of said about the Thai language. Thailand really doesn't have a word for hate. They have a word for not like, mai chai. They don't actually have a word for hate. To me, that's a good idea. Why do you have to hate something? You can dislike something, or you can not like something. Stephen, you can tell me, is there a specific word for, mai chop, not like. Yeah, is there a specific word for hate, like we have a specific word for hate? We have a number of words for hate. We have got so creative. We have got lots of words for hate. Whereas in Thai vernacular, it's very much I not like this, or I not want this, I not want to do this, right? Sort of, it's a much more positive way and positive outlook on life. Anyway, Stephen will be able to help me on that. He's better with the language than I am. My child, not true. That's right. So not true. There's true and there's not true. But there is that one word. My chop is my not like. Uh, there are quite a few, but I never actually hear them used in conversation, like a specific one word, like we have one word, which is hate. I hate this. Anyway, so there's a lot of people sort of commenting there, and I'm just losing the. Yeah, it depends on context, and I think that's just a better way to go. It's just um, to colours and words and does anyone know the currency exchange? Does anyone know how the currency exchange system works? Well, yeah, so basically it's like a commodity. You can buy the currency and you can sell the currency, right? If you have a billion Australian dollars and you buy, the equivalent in Thai baht on one day, right? You can inflate the overall global level that the Thai baht will be bought at, right? And then you could 2 days later, then depending on how that, you could then buy US dollars, because the whole shift in the currency exchange has shifted because $1 billion has been moved between countries, right? And then you can leverage that, and that's how the big money players make it. I don't want to give you any details on that, but same thing works with Bitcoin. If you've got a lot of Bitcoin, you can change the buy price. Troubling us, come going to start the campaign, make the English language true and great again. Yeah. Okay. Question of the year, Les. Yes. I like the backdrop of the city. Nice one. Yeah. I actually I showed the 10 that I've collected to Stephen the other day. He said 3 of them he really liked. The other 7 he didn't really like. But again, here's another one. Yep. There we go. Choose. Okay. I like this one. That's looking. Looking at Chongnongsi. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's Chongnongsi Station, BTS Chongnongsi. From I think it's a drone view. It's a really fucking wonderful look at the city from that point of view. I just haven't been that high to actually make my own yet. I've gleaned these photos from different places around the internet. Whether there's a legality to them, I don't know. I didn't see a copyright disclaimer, but as again, that's backdrop. Where are we? Hello again from Cumberland Sausage. Can I buy? Can I from? I'm just losing my plot here. Probably Stephen's government likes to keep the dollar low and aids exports. That's the thing. It's a manipulation of currencies to meet certain ends and means. And if you're not playing the game and playing that sort of level, you have to suffer it. These are our language, but not true in my shop. There's quite a few, and I can imagine hate. I imagine hate would refer to rotten food in Thai. But I just don't really. I just haven't really come across that. That specific. In English, as soon as you have that word, it inflects so much emotion that I've never actually found an equivalent emotion setting word in the Thai language, if that makes any sense. And I think that's what I appreciate about the Thai language. It's just, they just don't have a word for hate. Does anyone know a Diane in Patia? Does anyone know a Diane in Patia? Arms, legs, hair. She wears clothes. Probably wears shoes from time to time. Yeah, it's a bit of a bit of a difficult one there, Uncle Fiction. Depending on the context, popular bloke. What do we got? Yes, Uncle Fiction. Okay, somebody's answered that question. Okay, men used to be a Diane in or a complex and do knowledge. It's obvious. It's a young, non-op ladyboy. Quam chop is about hatred, albeit a noun. Quam chang is about hatred. Yeah. Again, I'd have to see the Thai word to break it down to know what you're talking about there. I actually haven't heard the actual word that I can think of. Yeah. Okay. So that's this is where he's Romanizing it. How would you say that? Chang. Okay, I can say the word Chang, but I'm familiar with that one. Klid Chang. Again, I don't know how I'm Romanizing it from what you've done there. But yeah, so they're probably like I said. It's not bandied around like English language. It's just one of those things. Maybe to admit hate would be to lose face in Thai. Yeah, that's possibly a part of the thing, I'm guessing. We must remember that we are restricted in our understanding of Thai and the ability to speak the world's most expressive language. Yeah, well, I think the Chinese language probably has a little bit more expression than Thai. But again, Chinese language has a lot of roots in the Thai language as well. But Chinese language is much harder to learn from what I understand too. It's tonal. But there are variations according to the 10 meaning of the products. Yeah. Yes, our repulsion to rotten food, no culture can hide from their Darwinian origins. It's our genetic makeup. Yeah. Bye again, Warren and Stephen. Wife's got to be busy in the garden. Okay, William, I'll catch you later. Anyway, I think we've gone well over 3.5. We're coming up to 3.5 hours. My vote, and I'm reading things incorrectly. My eyesight's going a bit fuzzy, looking at a little box here, and there's no way I can make the words any bigger. Or is there? I don't know. I've never actually tried. No, for some reason. Oh, I can. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Look at that. I can actually make the words bigger. Look at that. But then, of course, I got less words on the screen, which meant I have to... let's just bring it down to 100 again. Where are we? So, yeah, bye guys. Use just Chang. Easier to remember. I hate Chang beer. Chang beer. Well, Chang. It's also isn't it Chang elephant? Elephant's not a hate word. Maybe it's a tone that you use. How is the heat in? Well, I didn't even look at it this morning. I have to look at I don't even pay any attention to really the heat, only when I go out. It's given me 28 degrees Celsius at the moment. We've had a few degrees drop in temperature recently with the current high pressure system that was moving in from China. You like that backdrop? I'll try to vary them up a bit. I'm just trying to do something different. I think people have been doing backdrops, have been doing beach scenes, and to me, I live in Bangkok. I live in probably the most dynamic city in the world outside New York, the most visited city anywhere in the world by tourism. It is a multicultural plethora of everything going on, and there's absolutely zero city planning. And that's what I just love about Thailand. Or Bangkok specifically, is people don't realise that this is Bangkok, right? They think of Thailand as this rice fields and mopeds, right? But this is Thailand. It is a city that, in one sort of sense, could be a backdrop to, a futuristic movie at some stage. By just some of the shots you can take, they are really. It is such a smorgasbord of everything that people just miss it. Elephant beer is good. Yes, but Chung means to detest, to hate. Okay, well, I'm going to do more look into that one. Yeah. We only really hear Chung users, talking about elephants or beer, and how can you hate beer? It must be the tonal inflection. What was the Sandia bar like? Okay, well, I didn't mind it. As I said, he only had the ground floor finished, and I could get an impression of what the second floor was looking like. I could visualise what Nick was sort of saying about the outside balcony that they were going to do on the second floor. Then we went up to the third floor. We looked at the massage rooms that he was going to be putting in, and the fourth floor, and there was two big rooms there, and I said, these rooms could easily be something that you could hire out for a week, for a traveller, and pay a few $1,000 baht. But again, I don't know what he really intends to do there. I said if he put a bed in there and a lock on the door and a safe in there, I'd stay there as opposed I'd help him out as opposed to helping out a hotel, as long as he did the TM30 or didn't do the TM30, whatever it suited, as long as I knew whether he was doing the TM30 or not, so I'd know if to do anything that followed on. If you didn't do the TM30, then I'd be cool. I'd just stay there and enjoy hanging at the bar for a week, just to get an idea. And I'd walk around the place, but again, it's not a hotel, but there's a few places down that area that that are very similar built, but they are weekly stay rooms, hotels, for want of a better word. I don't know how they work into the hotelier regime, but yeah. So apart from that, I could only visualise, and he did sort of show me the fourth floor, which had more rooms, and then there was a roof exit as well. And I suggested, well, why don't you do a rooftop bar here? Do a lot of plants around here. Put a cover over it. Put some fans at one end to get a bit of a breeze blowing through the place. Put some greenery around and some nice tables and chairs. He said I might look at that. But that was about it. But as I said, it's not a bad place. It just takes a bit of creativity and doing something different, because there's so many bars and patio. Yeah, then chaos in Bangkok. It's Justin. That is it. Bangkok is just pure chaos, and quite frankly, you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. I don't think there is a middle ground for Bangkok. It's just Bangkok. It just has that particular place in your heart, or you think, God, this place smells and the traffic's bad. Give me a rice field any day, and that's where it's going to happen. There is sort of no middle ground. But yeah, that's only my take on it, of course. I'm sure other people have a different take on it. Thailand is many parts first world, yes. I liked you both in the Sunday bar too. Yeah, well, so we went down there with Ian. We only did that one visit. As I still haven't got my bike fixed up to actually do individual trips. But we will get down there. It's just the fact that Chanya's got to work, and if we were to go down there for an overnight visit, I have to contend with this TM30 stuff, which puts father out with his stuff, and which means I'd prefer if I'm going to go down to Pattaya, I'd go down for the day, or I'd leave it. Technically, I'd leave at 7 o'clock in the morning, so I haven't been there 24 hours, if you know what I mean, right? Because the TM30 is if they stay for 24 hours. Right, and you could really argue that, I could just say, well, I'm going to check out at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not going to do the TM30. That would still fit, Depends on who. It depends on depends on the hotelier, right? But the rule is 24 hours, not an overnight stay. So if you got there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and stayed there the night and left at 7 o'clock in the morning, you've only been there for 12 hours. You're not breaking the law. That's the way I'm reading it, but I'm sure somebody else will have a different opinion on that. Yeah, you're not doing this. Yeah, said the dancing song. Yeah, I know. I've just seen Stephen Clark's little TM30 dance. You'll have to check his channel out for that one. I'm not going to put it up there. It's Steve's material, and I don't want to break copyright. I'm probably sure you wouldn't have a problem with it, but there are certain aspects of copyright you have to abide by, which seem to go by deaf ears for most people. People don't understand copyright law. That's why I'll only show the channel rather than show the videos on the channel. Again, it's part of the fact that that's their material. Their material is about their video. If I was to start showing their video, I'm technically in breach of copyright. That's why I won't do live copyright. Live video streaming of other people's channels, because I don't want to offend them. Manila has as bad traffic to almost as bad as Bangkok. Well, I've actually heard contrary. I've heard that Manila is worse, but I've never really experienced Manila, so I really can't say that. I think it's worse because the roads aren't quite so wide. So we have, just in that one there, that road there across Chong Nong Si, which is the Chong Nong Si BTS, has 4 lanes of traffic going in either direction, right? Which is pretty cool, right? But you get up to, I don't know if you can see it here. You get up, my finger won't do that because I have to go to a different view and. Right. If I use my hand, if I point here, right on that picture. That 4-lane road just gets to a T intersection. What the fuck? Really? 4 lanes going into one, going left or right. How is that any way to conduct yourself and build a road? But this is what happens in Thailand, which can really get really infuriating. They put on these great 4-lane roads, and then they have another 4-lane merge into 4 lanes. Brilliant! Who thought of that idea? Anyway, don't dwell on the smells, and don't dwell on the smells or where they came from, or you'll never eat the street food. Yeah, well, I don't know. I either my nose has become accustomed to it, or I just don't go near the clongs that have that smell. This clong here has got a particularly bad smell. This whole clong here. If I could just do that. The clong that runs under the BTS, there is a clong there, but again, it's quite a stagnant clong, and that has a bit of a smell that I don't particularly like. There's basically the few clongs around this area have got particularly bad smells. I just don't think that they're irrigated enough or have enough free-flowing water, and they can get quite rancid. TM Thap is easy. I don't know. I haven't seen the new one. I can't use the old one. The TM30, I'm not the owner. The next video I've put up, which will probably be Monday or Tuesday, is we're doing some house hunting. Now, again, if we'd actually chose to live in that house that's in that video next Tuesday, right, and we go through all the paperwork and she gets the loan for the rest of the money and all that sort of stuff, right, it means that my immigration would have to move to Nakhon Pathom, which is a much easier immigration office. I would also be the dweller and Chanya would be the owner, because we won't be doing a leasehold, we'll be doing sort of a proper buyout. She'd be boning the land and the house. It'll become her asset and I would be paying the mortgage. As I become Thai, then we may do a name change thing as things progress, or whatever happens in that sort of thing. I think once you become a naturalised Thai, then ownership becomes a different matter, or you can have joint ownership of the house. Don't take me around, I don't know all the rules. It's one of those sort of things. Chanya Kamjeen, yeah, she doesn't actually comment on these channels, so good one, whoever caught that. Stephen Monash, good on you, buddy. Yeah, so I can't use a TM30 app because I'm the foreigner, but it will mean the fact that Chanya will be able to use a TM because she'll be the owner, and she'll be able to show the lease, she'll be able to show the documentation to say that she owns the land, she owns the house, and she has all the paperwork, and then she'll be able to do it. But I believe they're also making that whole process easy as well. Right, now the example I'd use is father, because father's name is on the TM30, right, he's the one who's filing the TM30 before me because I'm on his I'm on his Tabian barn, right, that gives him the right to use a TM30 written out system. But his he actually leases the land from the church, and that there is a separation of church and state. He can't get the church to give him authority to be using the electronic system because he actually has to show the lease, which there is no lease. It's a church thing, if you know what I mean. It's one of those sort of things. He's a Thai, he can't use the TM30. So it's a complicated procedure, but I believe when this new act comes out, it'll be more like the paper form of the TM30. You register, the registration will be a lot more lenient. You're the Thai, it'd be sort of linked up with, this sort of stuff. The Tabian barn better and shit like that. I really just don't know. They said they'll have it ready in 3 months. Let's see how it goes. But as I said, they've got the TM7 app on there, or TM47 app, isn't it? TM47 app, which is the mobile version of the website. I believe that's being changed to be a 4-click operation as well, for us to register, do our 90-day. Don't know. It's when it happens, it happens. Been out for a few weeks. I don't know. So I've started the TM30 app. The current app out is one that is very difficult to get registered for because people are filing the wrong material. Right, and as I said, Pa is not eligible because he hasn't got a lease. But he's got the Tabian barn. This is part of the way the law works now. They're going to have to make some changes, right? But this new version of the TM30 app that they're going to bring out is going to bring out a lot more flexibility per se, if that makes any sense. They're also phasing out the TM28. They're going to rely specifically on the TM30 because they've got every Thai or every residence supposedly on the TM30. So when a foreigner leaves the province, right, he will not be required to do the TM28. Or that's what most of the details we've got at hand now say. Right, okay, same, but you're right, 2 lanes, yeah. Same, but you're right, 2, yeah. Okay, 28 watching. So again, so the numbers keep on going up, and while you guys are going, it's only good for my channel. Going, and as I said, people want to. The Trevor Gerties doesn't. Yeah, so that's obviously. So we've got into. So what is it? So now we're getting into 2 o'clock. This is now 3, 4, 5. This is now Australia time the Aussies are coming home from their daily activities. So again, these are just typical idiots, Australian idiots, who seem to have something in their bonnet that says that this causes me a problem. Do you think I'm going to stop a freaking live stream because you've said something bad on the channel? Wake up and get a real life, guys. You're a bunch of fucking mindless jerks who will be the first against the wall, right, when the revolution comes. Anyway, enough of my Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Scary putting things in Thai names. Yeah, well, no, this is again, it's a risk, but again, I think we've explained the situation. We've got a very solid relationship. We've been together 10 years. She didn't like Australia when she went there. I chose to uproot and move here. I'm the one who now takes those risks, but we have a very solid relationship. Which I don't see waning in any way, shape or form. But as a security, this is why, and she understands the security that I'm placing on it. I'm paying a deposit on the house, right? There will be a mortgage, right? And the mortgage will be 30 years, right? I don't plan on paying that mortgage out any sooner unless, of course, I get leverage on the asset itself, but the asset will grow in her name, right? So if something did go tits up, she'll be able to pay that mortgage for probably 3 years, right? Because that money that's in Thailand is, in my Thai bank account, and that's got a periodical debit every month going to her bank account, right? So she'll be able to pay the mortgage for 3 years, but in that 3 years, unless of course she can meet the mortgage costs, she's going to have to sell that house. But it's an asset for her, I'm quite happy with that. She's not going to get anything else, right? Because I'm not part of Thailand. They have got no leverage on my assets in Australia. And that's the way it works. And of course, Australian law doesn't recognise our relationship in Thailand, so I'm not governed by any Australian law. So I'm fairly safe when it comes to that. Yeah, I'm going to lose, $1.5 million, $2 million baht in asset, but that's a risk that you take. It's just like risking money on the stock exchange. You take certain risks to gain certain benefits. I think people never look at the risk and benefit aspect of life. I've accepted those risks. That's why I won't stray, or why I won't have a mea noi, why I won't have a gig, because I respect her and I respect our relationship. Right, and I'm going to give her no quarter to think that there's something bad. And quite frankly, everything is perfect. Everything works perfectly here. There's not even the slightest, friction in our relationship. She's the funnest person I've been with in all my life, and that's out of all my friends. She is my best friend. I don't know if that makes sense, and to some people, but she's my best friend, my lover, my confidant, my everything. Right, and I don't want to sort of put big tickets on anything, but that's just life. Don't you have a best friend that you sleep with? I don't know. Anyway, I'm probably going a bit below my threshold level as well. Anyway, so anyways, let's cover the whole legal system, right? Their legal system is weird. If they kick me out, I'm only a temporary resident here, so that's the risk I take. Joe Ford, Direction Bangkok has put some good video. Yeah, look, I have. If Direction Bangkok, what's his name? I starts with A. We actually haven't formally been introduced, but he does post on my group. I've made some comments on his videos, which he's liked, and he's made comments on my videos. So we've got a bit of a positive rapport going there. I won't infest his comment section, because if I start doing that, these cloners will do that, and then it just puts more work on them. And if I just stay off these channels in the comment section, right? Then they can instantly know the fact that this is more than likely just a troll, right? And by the context of the message, just delete them, just block them, and that's all you got to do. It's just a simple, one click and they're gone. That's one of the things I've always sort of said. They seem to think it's sort of hard for us. Stephen, how hard was it to block him? What? Three little dots, block. They've had to go through a process of creating an email account, right, going into Google or some other place, get an email account, and then of course they go to YouTube and they have to go and do that and type in this and that, and then of course they can, type a deceitful or disparaging comment, they've had to do some work, right, it's all work, right, and then Stephen says and goes, gone. And then they go and do it again. Well, if that's what floats your boat, guys, wake up and get a real life. Because quite frankly, it means fuck all here. It doesn't have anything to do with the channel. Wake up and smell the fucking roses, you stupid bunch of cunts. Anyway, I'm really lowering the bar right now, I suppose, getting up to 4 hours. Yeah, anyway, get it. So Direction Bangkok, he has got a great channel. Not got many subscribers, but he's getting there. I think he's going to either reduce his posts to probably every couple of days. He'll probably do his channel better because if he keeps on going at his current pace, he's going to find himself worn out. But yeah, Mata Hari, I really wish you all the best, Warren. Finding a soulmate is a beautiful thing. More power. Yeah, well, again, I don't know. What is people looking for in relationships? It's something that I find most people are looking in relationships to, I'm going to date that person because it makes me look good, or I'm going to date this person because it's going to put me in this standing. I've never really understood relationships. My first relationship, we had 20 years together, but it sort of it fell apart after a while. So, look, that guy's obviously spend another 5 minutes making himself a new account. You're a fucking dick. Anyway, she looked great in the Ascendia video too. Yeah, well, that she did. I think she probably outshone the girls that were working in the bar. But such is life. They had to wear those yellow t-shirts. Come on. All good. Going to get a house and then no problems. TM30, that does become easy. Where is Chanya? Chanya's working. You're tuning in a little bit on the late side there, darling. But yeah, so like as I said, Darshan, like if you want to talk more of the intimate sort of stuff and find out that she's been asking me some things that I just really can't give her because it's not appropriate, but if you do hit me up on Facebook and I get to know you, then I'll be a bit more forthcoming with the sort of information and a little bit more discreet work on helping you understand the questions that you're asking. Does that make sense? I just really can't do it on YouTube. I've got a set of guidelines that I've got on YouTube that I just simply can't do. That just sort of says that's life. That you've got to abide by the rules. I know there's plenty of people that don't abide by the rules, but I didn't make the rules, and I have an intention to have a channel that lasts a long time. So I don't want to breach those rules. So you get the idea. Anyway, enough of that. Good afternoon, info, SM. Yes, Manish, especially buying alongside. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so in rounding that there, the yeah, just like a turd, just shoveling it a bit. You mean I actually haven't got that word banned? Oh my God, that's a word I haven't got on my ban list. I might have to put in the ban list, yeah. But that's it is. It's just bin for the material for the bin. 2:49 Eastern USA. And that what time are they now? Well, sorry to keep you up, buddies. But I'm in Thailand. I can't be totally global. That's why we start at 10 a.m. so that we don't have to staying up too late. But anyway. Stephen, some lowlifes are not happy with their own skin, and this is something that we do talk about off camera quite a lot. Most of these idiots that do this and want to sort of impersonate everybody else, what are they trying to do? They're trying to give me a bad name on somebody else's channel. Now I'm doing everything I can to positively promote these Thai channels and the Thai material, right? So it has really zero effect on those Thai channels. And those Thai channels have contacted me and said, "Was this you?" And I'm going, "Are you serious?" And then I said, "Do you know how to look? Do you know how to look at it? The little dot on the live stream, just little dots, right? Does it go to my channel? If it doesn't go to my channel, which has all these videos of 401 videos on it, right, which would be quite a lot of work for them to duplicate, and of course they can't duplicate it because then of course they would be instantly banned for copyright by uploading material that's on my channel, so they can't do that anyway, if you know what I mean. So it'd take to actually properly impersonate my channel, right, or any of my friends, they have to do a lot of work, which is beyond them, the 5 minutes work to make a clone account, right, is probably all that they have the ability to do, right, for what they want to extol, and beyond that, it's just too much work for them. They're just lazy fuckers, to actually really make a clone account, if you know what I mean. So, it gives you an idea what they are. They're imbeciles, lazy fuckers. They really don't give a fuck about anybody else. They want to cause friction in between other Thailand genre vloggers, right, and hopefully, have some bad blood spilled. I think everybody that they've been on, I haven't been on a couple of channels, and I won't mention those names. And again, I don't have anything wrong with them. They can do whatever. I'm not the thought police. If you want to badmouth Thailand and badmouth people and do things like that, and have these so-called compatriots doing things and impersonating me on your channel, doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not my channel. It has zero effect on me, right? And that's what people don't understand. It has zero effect on my channel, right? What it does, it has a positive effect on other people's channels, because people go, "Well, I know that guy. I've heard that guy. I've heard he's a good guy," right? Why would he do that? And they instantly realise it's a bad guy. But it also brings my name to the other people's attention who get on those channels. And effectively, it's referral advertising. I get more subscribers and I get more followers because they find out that this Warren guy is a pretty good guy. And I like his material, and I like this, and I like that. So it all works for me, right? It's just work for them. They're unpaid advertisers for my channel, which I think is good. But if you want to say bad things on a channel, you're just going to get blocked. You can do what you want, but as soon as you hit those words, sorry, you've just been one of those arseholes that just have a fucking bee in your bonnet about Thailand or something in general. I really don't know. Well, I won't say Rob was, because he wasn't. I know Rob, and Rob doesn't do that. Somebody else would have been doing that. Under impersonating Rob. This is what happens, right? See, I know Rob. I've partied with Rob. I do know what he does. I know the sort of person he is. And it's something Rob would never do, right? I'm totally confident in that, right? If one of my compatriots was to give me information to the contrary, that it was really Rob doing that, then there would be an issue, right? And the issue would be Rob would go off my list. I just won't associate with him. Wouldn't worry me, right? But I've got nothing to say bad against Rob. Right? Rob's Rob. Rob does his stuff, right? Doesn't affect my channel, but when people gossip about me on Rob's channel, it's all good. It brings people at attention that fuck my channel, right? And that's it. I'm one of the good guys, not going down the he said, she said freaking paradigm, because it serves no purpose, right? And again, if you want to watch Rob's channel, here's a good channel. It's not the sort of thing I watch daily or weekly. He's only doing videos once a week anyway. He's been doing the really positive thing, looking up to Kev, right, and making keeping people abreast of Kev. And Rob may have said something in the beginning a couple of years ago before he knew me, but as I said, I've drunk beer with him. Don't have an issue with the guy. Anyway, so we're going to have to wrap this thing up, because I really feel my threats sort of getting hoarse here. And like again, I don't want to close out at 29 people watching. So I've got nothing. I've got no more material to present. I'm just really sort of, on this whole trolling thing, trying to give you my take on the stuff, right? Yes, these people are going to continue to do that, right? It's something they just stumbled across, I think, January this year, right? As if it's something new. Really? Right? You're that naive that you haven't thought about, somebody's haven't thought about it before? I do wish YouTube would get a bit more, critical about allowing people to be commenting on their channel, but things are happening in that area, and they're doing and changing and bringing some new rules in, and they will get to a point where they will listen to what I've suggested to them in passing over the years, the fact that a verified account is what we need, right? Facebook do it really well, right? If you start bad-mouthing on Facebook, you'll go into the sin bin for 7 days. You keep it up, you go on 30 days, and then, of course, if you keep it up, you'll get your account banned, and that's it. They will ban you. You can go on and they'll find who you are, and that's it. You're gone. And none of this, buy your leave. We're given 33 out of seconds timeouts from these people, and they can come back, right? But, they're just fair enough. It's, YouTube does it one way and Facebook does it another. You don't find much vitriol in Facebook. They are really quite heavily involved in the policing of their bad-mouthing bullshit. YouTube will go that way. It's only going to take time, right? They're still just trying to iron out a few other bugs, right? YouTube are more focused on their revenue now, and part of the fact that like somebody putting a thumbs down on your channel is just as good as somebody. It's what they call engagement. They still have to view the video to go there and put the thumbs down. Right? They still get the advertising revenue, and they still get the statistics that they sell to their customers. It's all good for YouTube. They don't really worry about the half a dozen thumbs. Well, you got 2 thumbs down. They don't worry about the 2 thumbs down. It's not part of it. If there is a channel, the statistics. I'll tell you how statistics work, right? If you've got a channel, if you go there and you constantly go to somebody's channel and you put a thumbs down, after doing that about 10 times, right? They realise that you're a troll. Your counts do no longer count anymore because it doesn't help YouTube, right? You're there while you're a useful idiot up to a point. After that, the algorithm's kick in and it's basically said, well, we'll show a little thumbs up for you, but quite frankly, it doesn't mean anything, right? Because that's what you are. You're just a troll, right? Trolls don't serve our product any good. We're going to just keep you guys happy, right, by thinking that you're doing something and keeping you engaged on the channel, because that's what you do. It's just engagement. It's just engagement. They want you here rather than on Facebook. They want you here rather than on Twitter because it's engagement. Right? That's how it works. You're just what they call a useful idiot. Anyway, Blues Inc. Contradicting rules over viewers. I don't know what you quite mean, but if you want to rephrase that. But yeah, so Rob is a backstabber, though. Well, I can't say that. He's never said anything to my face, and I will only take umbrage if something bad is said to my face. And you saw what happened to me and not Steve Manos, but Stephen Clark last year, where he really sort of ripped shreds into me in a live stream. We're still best of mates now. He got over it. I'm one of those guys that you either love to hate or you just get over it. I speak my mind, but I try to always be above the line when I speak my mind. I think Rob could do better on his videos lately, but I think his quality has dropped off a bit from what he was doing 2 or 3 years ago. But again, he's been doing YouTube for 4 or 5 years, and I'm always thinking, am I getting stale? This is the whole idea of the live stream now, is, trying to feed back, trying to help, trying to get an idea, trying to gauge what people are looking for. The only way you can really do that is to do that live. I'm promoting YouTube on Facebook. I'm doing the meetups to try to sort of build community. This is all me, right? If you don't want to, you can't be friends with everybody, right? But if I'm not friends, it doesn't mean I'm going to go and badmouth them. Really, what does that serve? I got better things to do in my life, seriously. Ben and Grace covered a lot of, and apart from the trolls, I'll try not to talk about the trolls too much, because, again, I don't want people leaving here and going looking for trolls. I'm trying to keep you entertained. We will get more, as this thing builds up, we'll get more entertaining with more people joining on The Voice, and that's up to you. If you want to come and be part of the party line, you're more than welcome. And even the trolls, if you want to spend the half an hour it might take to get yourself a Discord account, right, go ahead. No problem with me at all. Come on to it. As soon as you start battering, I've got control. It's my channel. That's it. I'll just ban you. But yeah, I doubt that these people will even show their voice or even give you a voice sample of who they are, right? That's basically why they won't join the voice channel, because people will identify them by voice, and then they'll know who they are, and then they get found out, and then of course they will then be demonised. I'm not worried about that. I've got full control. Anyway, look, as I said, I'm starting to get hoarse. I got to let it drop now. I know it's good. Look, the hours and the numbers and the metrics and everything. It's great to keep a live stream going. Great to meet a few more of the people that watch the channel and interact with you and give you my thoughts on anything. So again, bar lanes, it's all right. It's just we just got to just draw the line, and anything that that's what we do. That's what the moderators do. They draw the line on it, and they've actually got more control of it than I do, because they see it before I do. But yeah, and again, if somebody does, in closing, if somebody does get blocked on my channel, right, it only requires, look, my email address is easily found on the channel. In the About page, you'll find my email address, right? Send me an email, say you were blocked on the channel, say you're sorry, I won't do it again, that's it, I'll just remove you and unblock you. It's as simple as that. I'm not vindictive. That's the way I will do it. And I've got a fairly decent sort of block list. Most of them are just me, and Chanya and my mother and my brother and my sister and my daughter. That's pretty much all that I get. I get a few other idiots as well. I got a few homophobes that have made very disparaging comments. They've just got a very sheltered life. My choice in partner is really up to me, not up to you, and what you say about it has absolutely freaking zero to do with my fucking life. It's just your thought on the life. My thoughts on religion and politics might offend a few people as well. They're not really perfect subjects to talk about on me. I want to have upbeat conversations. What am I going to talk about that's upbeat? But yeah. If somebody does get banned by mistake, then hit me up and says, let's just say, look, I said this and I'm sorry, didn't mean it to come across that way or whatever. It's all good. It's just no problem. Well, what was under, what was interesting, just go in there and remove it. It takes me 3 or 4 minutes. Not a problem whatsoever. But that's the sort of guy I am. I am not vindictive, right? I have got the perfect partner in life. I'm not having to work for somebody else's dream, right? I've made the preparation for a change in life. It took me 20 years, and that's where it is. It's like you guys can do this too. It takes some planning. It takes coordination. It takes focus, and when the public go left, you got to learn to turn right. That's all it is, right? It's you. It's your life. You have to, at some stage, get out of the sheeple attitude, right? You've got to sort of say, I'm the wolf. I'm the lone wolf, right? I've got the good wolf on one shoulder. I've got the bad wolf on the other shoulder, right? The one you listen to the most, right? He's the one that's going to drive your life, right? And look, I've got a bad wolf on my shoulder too, right? He occasionally comes out. Right, but I don't listen to him that much, right? I don't see the need to. If I can't help other people, what's my life worth? I can enjoy my life as it is, but really, I want to share. I want to give. I want to give you hope, the fact that a normal idiot like me can have a change in life and have a really good lifestyle. I'm not having an extravagant lifestyle, and my lifestyle's planned for 30 years. I reckon I can get 30 years more out of this body, so it's planned for 30 years. It could go for longer. Like, I could get 100,000 subscribers on this channel and have to register as a business here in Thailand. You know, I might have to do that. That's part of life I have to deal with. You know, because once you get to that sort of level, and that sort of income from the YouTube, you have to sort of take a serious attitude. Right now, I only have good things to say about Thailand. There are bad things to say about Thailand, but you know, we'll talk about that in private. You know, there's bad things that get in everybody's craw. You know, it's the way it is. It doesn't let me sort of, you know, want to feel like I need to bad mouth for a bad experience. I think, you know, the bad mouthing happens 4 times a year when I have to deal with immigration, right? And it wasn't immigration's problem, it was my bank was the problem that time, which, as I said, I'm in negotiation with now to try to resurrect that sort of relationship. Excuse me. As somebody said, you know, in a comment, you know, are they ever going to listen to you? Well, sorry, within 4 hours of that video going public, they got me on Twitter and we had a conversation. And I had that evidence, I've even shown that evidence to Stephen Monash, so he does know, and he can firmly, you know, tell you the fact that yes, I was in contact with Citibank. They were worried about that video. That's the sort of influence you have at this level, right? When I get to 10,000 subscribers, there'll be more influence, and 20,000, you get the idea, right? That's why I always want to have an above the board channel. So anyway, I feel like I'm rambling now. Stay tuned for the next one. So the next one will be Monday night, as per usual. It's 5 p.m. Thailand time, which puts it at sort of, you know, like, I think it puts it at, you know, like the 8:30 time slot for Sydney TV or something like that, which, you know, if TV is that exciting, watch TV. We only go for an hour because I want to have lunch or dinner, right? So I sort of do from 5 to 6 p.m. just for the Australian audience, and we try to wrap it up. But this one here, I really look. I could be out and about. Richard Taylor has joined the bus. Okay, he's hasn't worked. I can see him there on the streaming thing, but I don't know whether he can hear him. Richard, what you need to do is you need to tweak the audio system. I know this is something that if you've never been on PopeKael before, it's a bit challenging, right? And I was supposed to make a video this week on how to do it and how to set it up. It's just a matter of setting up your audio channel and the headphones. Right now, you're listening to me on the YouTube channel. You need to sort of set up your headphones and your microphone, and then you can go time warp 8 seconds into the future, and then you'll hear everything again on the Discord, right? But everything will be sort of 8-second delay on the YouTube. There he is. I have a Discord channel. Join yours to see what was happening. Oh, okay. So you know about it. So you can always come and say hello. It's all right. If you don't want to say, it's up to you. Eh? Great stuff. Just watching. Definitely. Okay. What I need to do there is Richard. Where is he? Richard Taylor. I will actually just quickly go there and add you to a role. And for some reason, it's going to cut me off. Oh my God. Add roles. There we go. Call you a regular. That gives you full rights anyway. Or full regular rights. But yeah, so if you catch us, definitely come on, Richard, and give you 2 cents worth. I enjoy counterpoint discussion, right? People think that I'm single-mindedly giving my points of view on everything, whereas people I've met in what they call in live streams and physically, and to meetups and things like that. The common theme that I'm getting, thanks Stephen, the common theme I get from people is, I love your frankness, I love the way you look at life, I love everything about this. I don't agree with that, and we will sit down and we'll talk for half an hour on a disagreement or a counterpoint to anything that I might talk about. Yeah, this is my channel and I'll talk about things that I understand. And Stephen, yeah, there you go. Thanks, Stephen. You get the little chime. How's that? Yeah, so yeah, that's the way it sort of progresses from, my point of view. This is what I want to really introduce is a counterpoint, different points of view, because this is something that you're going to have to get used to here in Thailand. Thailand is a very, very diverse community of people. And because it's a diverse community of people, you're going to have an attitude, the fact that everybody's going to be different to you, right? And this is something I want to sort of, hopefully as this thing progresses with the live stream, especially on the Saturday one where we're going to go as long as we go, right, is to get counterpoint. We've done it here in the text form, like different people having different experience about the immigration, right? If we can get on there and have a discussion about immigration and different feelings from different people and what they've encountered at their immigration office. It really sort of gets to that counterpoint, the fact that what you see about Thailand video comes to be a collective of information that you get from watching a lot of channels, right? And getting their ideas and getting their feedback. And I guess it works. It helps everybody's channel grow by having more people watch. That's the way it. Okay, this was New Zealand. Stephen, if you want to, I don't know if I'm in a position I can give the latest news on Kev. If you want to, you're closer to him because I'm getting information from you. If you want to just update on how Kev's health is, I think we can probably allow that one. I said I haven't got an okay from Kev. To say whether it's okay to talk about the upcoming stuff, so I won't say anything. But if Stephen feels that it's okay, then it's all good. Mana, you're late to the party. Oh my God, very late to the party. We've been going for 4 hours. Still exploring. Okay, we'll be in Thailand in October, 19th of October. Okay, I think I said, was it 15th of October was the next meetup. I don't know how long so if you want to get together one-on-one, Richard, let me know, either here or on Facebook or Twitter, or just get the idea and we can organise something. If you want to get together for beer or dinner or lunch or whatever. Depends if we're going to Bangkok. I'm not going to be getting out of Bangkok anytime soon. Matahari, great philosophy. I don't know. I don't think the philosophies I have are the philosophies that work for me, and I can sit down for if I have some ganja, I could sit down and philosophize for hours. You know what I mean? 4 hours, you deserve it. Chang or Leo? Yeah, Leo definitely. I really never liked the taste of Chang. I used to actually enjoy a bitter, a bitter beer. Like in England when I lived in Bing, I used to enjoy a bitter. Chang is a more bitter beer than Leo, so I preferred Leo over Chang. It's also got that crisp freshness, which tastes to me a little bit chemical, whereas Leo just has a better flavour. But again, everybody's to each their own. I just want to learn about retirement in Thailand. Nearly 50, yeah, okay. Been looking forward to a full time in Thailand. Well, the real thing, the one thing you can tell me, the real thing that you're going to have to deal with is what are you going to do in all those hours that you were spending at work? This is the thing that I think challenges most people. And I think Stephen would probably agree with me. He's coming up to that age as well. I think he probably is that age, as a year younger than me. So he just hasn't got the financial backing to do the whole migration thing yet. I know he wants to, but he's been a little more careful than I am. He's probably got enough to do it now, but you know what I mean? It's one of those sort of things. People have certain levels of risk that they don't want to take. But it comes down to watching a few of us, like myself, Tim. Tim's new. He's coming to the whole realisation of all these hours on your hand. What are you going to do with those hours? And again, I'm just watching Direction Bangkok. I don't even know whether he's fully retired here or he's spending a lengthy OA visa here. I didn't think he was quite 50 yet, so he might be on a different sort of visa. But he could be. I can't tell a guy's age, seriously. And I haven't had the discussion with him. But, he's running around all these places. Okay, to do that running around and make a video, it costs money. You can either sit at home and, like I sit at home most of the time and I play computer games. A computer game, I can pay $20 for a computer game. Right, and that computer game can keep me occupied for 100 hours, whereas I can spend $20 again, which is about a trip into Bangkok, lunch at McDonald's, and then a taxi ride home, which is a one-time enjoyment. And then if I want to do it again, I'm going to have to spend another $20. To me, computer games give me just as much enjoyment, probably a little bit more enjoyment. So I enjoy my computer games. I also very heavily into social media. I'm always chatting to somebody. I'm always, if you notice my channel in the comments section, if you're not hitting the comments section to say things, positive things that is. I don't want too many tire kickers. Again, counterpoint, critique is fine, right? As long as it's above the board, right? If you're using swear words and things like that, the block words list will ban you. But I spend a good deal in my time. I spend probably 4 hours a day, right, on social media. That's something that people don't realise. When I go out to enjoy myself because I'm out in the public to meet somebody, to give people this sort of clue. In closing on that statement, the bottom line is, the retirement thing is all well and good that you get to kick the boss's ass and say, fuck you, I've stopped making your dream come true, I'm going to make my own dream come true. Right? The downside is you're going to have a lot of time on your hands. What usually happens, and we hear about this in most of the negative press, is they end up in patia and they end up in bars and they live their life in bars because they've really never learnt how to do other things outside having a few beers, and something that's all they got to you. They will work and they came home and they had a beer when they got home and their wife made them dinner, right? And then they sit in front of the box, and that shaman in the box would tell you how your life should be, and you've got to feel bitter about everything because it's only the bad news. And then of course you could drift away into about an hour somewhere into a fantasy reality or Friends or whatever was on TV at the time, and feel good about yourself, but it doesn't last, mind you. Then you have another beer and the feeling goes away, and you get into this regime when you're working of work life, home life, kiss the wife goodbye, go to work, come home, hello wife, where's my dinner, where's my beer, I'm going to watch TV. I've talked to enough people today and I need to listen to you. And that's how it all breaks up. It's so common. Anyway, I'm not going to say that everybody here falls foul of that, but generally this is what, general thing. Again, let's have a counterpoint on that. These are sort of things that I'd love to explore on this sort of live stream. Not so much about Thailand, we'll talk about Thailand, but let's talk about life in general. Okay, so anyway, Chris and Kitty, they're welcome back. They're great to oh yeah, Chris is the king. Sorry, I didn't even see you drop in there. Good on you, buddy. Good to have you sort of joining us. Yeah, we spent an afternoon and an evening with Chris. Helped him find his wife floating around in some shopping centre. We had a few beers at the Cosmos. A lot of fun. Got to catch up, and he got these meetups that we do. I do them obviously to just make a better, closer friendship, and I enjoy doing them. I just don't make a habit of them because it's up to you guys to ask. I don't sort of say you have to. You want to come out and have a get together? Let's get together for a beer. This is about as close as you're going to get to the real me in this sort of type of open format. Yes, okay. Kev's still recovering, and of course there's still complications, but he is in good spirits. Okay, that's the best way to. Look, you've said it better than I could anyway. Thanks for the update. You're not modelling on here. You're not modding on here, mana mana. Oh well, that should be give mana mana the spanner. Anyway, yeah. Look, okay. I know mine. I'm pretty sure this is mana mana. Where is he? Listening quietly. I'll give mana mana because I'm sure there's somebody who want to clone his account as well some stage. So there we go. He's got brought into the fold. Now I've lost my place. Yeah, Stephen, I've been back and forth. And, I think I missed something there. Okay, sorry. Going on, love must have followed, following to, yeah, okay, just going, Stephen. I think 50-50 split, yeah. Yeah, that's just, we've been talking about, Stephen's, move. Personally, I think you just, the best advice, burn all your bridges, right? It's a single swim, right? You're either going to, if you leave a backstop, right, you'll always be thinking about the backstop. You won't overcome the hurdles, right? And there will be hurdles, right? If you're going to make this whole cultural change in your life, it's not going to be plain sailing for anyone, right? I did 7 years of travel back and forwards, 3 to 4 times a year, right? Got to understand what Thailand was like, right? But even at that point, it took that straw on a camel's back to break me from that lifestyle. That straw was being passed up for a bonus, being passed up for an annual pay rise, and basically being ignored in an establishment where we had 300 staff in a global 350 staff in a global organisation, right? Anytime there was a problem, they knew exactly where to come. Come to Warren will fix it. If it's an IT problem, Warren will get it fixed. That was my life in that organisation, right? The icing on the cake was to be told by the managing director of the company, oh, I didn't even know they didn't give you a pay rise this year. I didn't know you didn't get a bonus. As if that was to fix it. I said, Stephen, I won't say names. Even I've been with the company since 1998, freelancing for the first 4 years. Then you employed me because you wanted me more, right? You wanted me to fix the problems, right? And to be passed for a bonus, to be passed for a pay rise, right? And then to ultimately be told by the managing director of the company that you didn't know what was going on in your own company. I can't stay here. I honestly can't stay here. And that was it. And so we parted company. And then they employed me freelance for the next 3 months, and then another 3 months, for another 6. You get the idea? They realised how much they lost, right? And quite frankly, I've got no intention of working for somebody else because, the same shit goes on everywhere, right? If you haven't worked out the fact that you're working for somebody else's dream, unless of course you're building your own, you're going to be always shafted, right? You'll always be replaced with somebody who's going to be sort of work for less or knows more. That's how life is. Such is life. Anyway, I really am going horse here. It's me. Yeah, thanks for lots of hard work, Stephen. Hello, mana. No doubt. Many people are ex-servicemen, are so jealous of me. Blah blah blah. Modding days are over. Mana. The committee have done you. The committee have done you. All right, so good afternoon. Right, Kangaroo, good afternoon. The game finished. Who won? Hello, Kangaroo. I just said, yep, war. Justin Rogers. Yes, yep, wars breaks you, yep. Stephen Mana, Stephen, yep, okay. Tommy Crush. Anyway, look, have we had enough? The question is, have we had enough? Have we really had enough? I got 37 people watching now. It's getting more people, and I feel so bad to actually cut it short. But again, I don't know what to talk about now. It requires you guys to ask questions, right? Let's have a counterpoint. How am I, Patty MD? How am I? I'm going to need a throat lozenge soon enough. Anyway, good to have you along. Keep going. Bobby Crush says keep going. Oh, is that the general consensus? It's getting really off the cuff now, and I think this is what people are wanting. I tend to be a bit reserved, right? And just, after we've had the trolls on now, they've disappeared again. So I've had a few swear words, and but always good. But I am going to have to go to a pee soon enough. I can't keep on drinking water without having to pee, you know what I mean? Another one bites the dust. Where am I going to put that? Don't worry, I have another one. Yes, anyway, so where are we going? So, good win. Okay, good. Can you get proper bread and Vegemite? Vegemite, we can, yes, okay. No, very, very good question for any Aussie. The bread I order, obviously I bought some yesterday. I usually buy it by the half loaf. This is it's a whole wheat bread. It's like a wholemeal. Very tasty. I think 15 baht. I don't know. I can't really tell what it is on. So it's all in Thai. I don't know. It's probably. I'll check next time what the price is. It's just wraps up into the bundle. But yeah, so the bread's good. Vegemite, every so often a traveller will bring me a jar, but I can get the small 150ml jars from Foodland. They cost about $5, but it's Vegemite, it's liquid gold. If you can't bring me a jar, then I'm going to have to pay the $5 if I run out. But I've got a big jar downstairs. I think who was it? Trying to remember all the people that. Anyway, one of my friends brought one over, so it's all good. But it's half empty. So if I don't get a top-up supply from Australia, then I'll have to be resorting to go to Foodland and buy the $5 bottle. Okay, nice and calm on the stream. I like to chill out room at a rave. Well, as I said, I'm pretty sure we'll get that rave feeling going. I really want to have some of the regulars come on and just talk rather than type. It's a thing that will go and people will watch it after it. And of course, it keeps me a better track. I get sidetracked with this thing here. Try to keep up to date with the thing, especially at this time of the afternoon. With such a refreshing live chat, hope the numbers quickly rise. Well, again, part of it is to do with the fact that we hit that. If you haven't seen, we hit that number, that 5,000 subscriber number. Things have started to escalate quite fast, and I was sort of bogging down. But I said I don't know whether it was just the algorithm, and I'm getting better promotion. But I did start doing the live streams at that sort of time on a regular basis, which may have kicked things off. And again, it's reaching out to more people. I now feel a little bit more confident in my own well-being about the channel, that I've hit in my mind a line in the sand that sort of said I must be doing something that people enjoy hearing about. Does that make sort of sense? I don't sort of say I'm an expert on anything. An expert is just a drip under pressure. But I feel more confident, and I think we're going to be we're really only doing 2 videos per week. But this will obviously counterpoint the 2 videos per week. So there'll be 2 live streams, 2 videos, and hopefully a workshop. So that'll be going to be sort of where I'm, the target I'm setting the goals for myself. I've always been a goal-setting person. That's my goals now, is to do 2 live streams a week, 2 videos a week, and to do a workshop a week. Just to sort of give people a bit of an idea of different things. Some people just like what I talk about. And again, I don't get time to really talk much outside this forum or the videos because everybody talks Thai. I don't have a plethora of foreigners that I can hang out with on a daily basis, except for when I'm typing on the thing, or people talk to me on Discord, or people talk to me on Facebook. That's how it goes. That's the life you've got to lead. And again, if you're coming to live here in Thailand, that's something you're going to have to deal with. There is a certain level of being distanced from your friends. I don't know if that's something that affects people. I think that we really only value our input in life when we do have that counterpoint and that contact with our friends. I'm definitely in contact more than with my friends that I've met and associated with now after leaving work. I had people that I would call friends at work, but apart from a couple that have kept in contact, I hear zero from them. Absolutely zero from them. You work with them for 15 years, 10 years, 5 years. You seem to get along well at the party functions, the work functions, but in their eyes, I've escaped the drudgery, and so that's it. You just move on. You're no longer in their vision, their focus. It's something you have to deal with. I don't think we talk about that enough on videos as well. I don't know how to even talk about that on video. I need to script that one out. I need a bunch of questions. I did a live stream. No, not a live stream. What do you call it? Podcast episode with one of the vloggers here in Thailand, Bangkok Travel. If I don't know if you know him, I won't use his real name because I don't know if he's supposed to know the crossover. But yeah, so he runs a podcast channel, and we did an hour and a half podcast with him a couple of weeks ago, where he's asked some specific questions, and so I talk about some specific things that were relevant to the material he's asking. If you don't ask enough questions, I don't know what to say. And I've lost my place again. David SK, good to have you along. What rural or other areas have you liked? Well, you'd have to go back to my website there, the www.dia.net.au. In that, you'll be able to pull down the locations tab, and you can see all the places that I've been to outside Bangkok. Those videos probably describe it better. But every place I've been to has always been interesting. I just don't know that all the places I've been to make interesting videos, because I think things that float my boat are, I could sit down and I could look for half an hour at a freaking valley scene and just take in the vista without saying diddly squat. I don't know. That's what I can do. But can I have a still shot for half an hour of a valley scene, overlooking a river or a lake, and make a video out of it? I don't know. I really never tried. I don't know how to do what they call that travel vlogging sort of style of thing. I'll probably need to look at some travel vlogging, what they talk about when they do that sort of stuff, that picturesque scenery thing. Brian seems to do pretty good with his drone work, but that's drone work, I don't have a drone. Don't have plan to get on a drone. If I'm going to get some drone work, Brian, come out and do some drone work for me. Give me the footage so I can put it on my channel. He's already said, let me know. Next time I'm in Bangkok, I'll come and do it for you. That's the sort of relationships you build here. I didn't know Brian outside YouTubing 3 years ago, but I classify him as a good bloke. And if I get down to Pattaya, we was in Chiang Mai at the moment, but he was in Pattaya, and trying to keep track of where people are and where they move around to can be quite a challenge. But yeah, so if he's ever back in, we'll get together and have a beer, I'm sure. When are you going to another motor? Oh, actually, we got the Phone Expo on the 3rd. Starts on the 3rd of October. So that's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Wednesday, 3rd of October. Thursday. And Chanya calling me. She probably wants something. Just hold on. Answer. Hello, darling. It's still live stream.
I'm just talking about with father for car,
Oh yeah.
and I want to show you near home have a service car, and I want to show you something have problem something. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we've got some. I'm just telling. We have had a few car problems with the gas.
When you finish,
Yeah. Well, what? When you want me to come? Half hour? 1 hour? What?
and I come home
Okay.
and drive motorcycle go not near sea pet outside here.
Mhm.
I want to show you tell
Okay.
you something, but I don't have time to tell me. David, but
Okay.
you
Okay.
keep take car and tell me, and I don't know to tell you, but I want to take you tell something.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
When you come home,
Now,
look. I've been trying to finish the live stream for the last hour.
now, I want to go now.
Okay. So when you come home, and then we'll get going. Okay.
Okay, I want to tell you detail for car. Have something
Yeah.
to change, something to all. Okay.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
Okay.
Love you. Yes, that's one of the things I have to deal with. Like, so, we haven't bought the new car, and our car, or like I bought that car. Well, Chanya bought that car in 2009, 2010, and it was 5 years old then, or 6 years old then. I think it's a 2003 model, so it's it's just, what's the math on that? 18 years old, 16 years old, 18 years old, something like that. No, something. Yeah, it's old, so it's going through those typical. The car's old. You put fuel in it, and every few months something will go wrong with it. I'm still trying to say to her the fact that I'd rather spend 5,000 baht to fix a problem than spend 5,000 baht a month to lease a new car. If you know what I mean, that's part of what you've got to deal with. It's out of my budget to go and buy a new car because that means losing money, right? But as I said, it's in my slush fund. If something goes wrong, let's just fix the problems that occur. And quite frankly, that car will keep on going. As far as I'm concerned, it's mechanically sound. I've looked at the understructure. There's no rust in it. As I said, we recently had it resprayed, which was the panel work. The panel work is starting to fade. So again, we've not put 23,000 baht into respray. I think the last problem I had, I've got to put some tyres on it, and this is just a problem we're having with the gas. Right, the gas was fitted, I think, 7 or 8 years ago. So solenoids and things are breaking down. So, but I said I'd rather spend 5,000 baht to fix the gas, make it good for another 2 to 3 years, than be lumbered with another 5,000 baht a month as a lease charge, which is probably what we'd get a car for. If I gave her half the deposit, she could probably then qualify for leasing the car. But our focus right now is the house. So she's now sort of talking to the banks, getting an idea of what she can leverage on a home loan because she's got the business running. I'm not part of that discussion, and she hasn't told me what she's doing, but she's working most of the time, so it's hard to tell. Anyway, I got sort of far sidetracked on that one. Where else? Yeah, I will need a potty soon. Yeah, but I said hopefully Chanya will come home. Tommy Crush, they turn up for interviews with bags on the oxygen. Is there an underground? Is there an underground? Underground, as in what are we look? What are you getting at, Joe? An underground life, underground, what? Criminal, underground, like BDSM. I don't know what you mean by underground. There's a few undergrounds that I do know of, and none of them I actually participate on. But the underground that's above ground is like the Thai lottery. I still haven't understood that one, right? The mandate is the Thai lottery is 80 baht, right? If you're paying any more than pay 80 baht for the Thai lottery tickets, you're paying too much, right? But that's like they come around the house. When they've got a full thing, they're charging 120 baht. Right? I find that's very underground. But that's the way that's said. They're all freelancers. They've got to cover their loss. They get stuck with the tickets at the end of it, and they're going to put food on the table with it. That's about the only underground that I'll talk about. There's a few other undergrounds that I know of, but I'm not going to talk about them, unless, of course, it's one-to-one. What is it? Tommy Crash Beer. Beast came here. Blah, blah, blah. Not a bad thing. Once you're made redundant, you could care less what happens. Yeah, that's it. Well, I haven't been. I didn't. I wasn't. Father was made redundant. I quit. I just haven't found anything I really want to do again. I actually would. I would like to have a YouTube channel that can be positive for people to, in everything that, like give you more clues about how to live life differently to the mainstream who seem to have such a challenge with the person next door. Most of it comes up here, and it's a mindset you have here. I'd love to do more of that sort of stuff. One of my favourite channels is Prince Ia. If you've ever listened to Prince Ia, he's one of my favourite channels. Of course, it's got nothing to do with Thailand, but whenever he puts something up, I love listening to what he does, and I love his narrative. Should I be, again, I ask the question, should I bring my YouTube channel down to a point where I do 3-minute videos or 5-minute videos? The feedback I get from the channel is about the people like me just to be off the cuff, which tend to be 15-minute long, which, some YouTubers say it's too long, some say it's not long enough. Chuck, he's doing, 30-minute videos, just of his life, and he's in Texas right now, having the time of his life. Great for him. But, I try not to do 30-minute videos, but you got to ask the question. There's a longer video work. All you got to look is the analytics in the channel and what people like and how long they like it for and things like that. But yeah, I'm no expert. I just have a different look at life. End up with the dementia. So yeah, you ended up with dementia. So this is going to okay. Some guys are drinking every. Yeah, look, tell me about it. Tommy Crush, cracking me up, man. She'll bollock. I don't know who she's talking about, but do as you're told, Warren. Yeah, yeah. So, where's the imported pepperoni? I don't know. The stuff that they put on the pizza down at the pizza guys that now having grabbed, was it the pizza company? The pizza that sort of stuff tends to be pretty tasty. Mind you, I have some good looking stuff in it. What do you call it? In at Foodland. I just haven't really been taken to have a pepperoni pizza sandwich or whatever. It's not the sort of thing you throw on a slice of bread. Slice of bread, that's for cheese and Vegemite. Bar lines and power lines. Is it getting a bit too risky? I don't know. Numbers are dropping off now, so I think we probably might be getting to the end of things. And as soon as Chanya gets home, she's either going to come in and sort of just pop in for 5 seconds and say hello, and then we'll probably finish it up there. MG is cheap, but a few teething problems. So giving it a wide berth for now. I don't know what he means by MG. What's he mean by MG? Did I miss something? MG. Acronyms. You could just help me out, guys. Don't use them. If you don't want to say a vlogger's name, I can't help it. But acronyms might just stump me a bit. Ronnie Biggs. I'm not quite sure who Ronnie Biggs is. Ronnie Biggs had their. Is that the Ronnie Biggs? Hold on a second again. Yes, darling.
I stay downstairs.
You want to come say hello, say goodbye?
No, you come now. Just have busy later.
Okay, she wants me to go downstairs now. Okay.
Say hi, people.
Okay. There she is. She's saying hi, people. Wave.
Hello, people. I cannot to talking, but I have busy. I want to take him to see something from free.
Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna have to get going. Oh, okay. The MG car brand. Okay, right here. Okay, darling. Bend down in 5 minutes. Okay. Finish up there and get going. Anyway, she was downstairs. She doesn't want to come and say hello. She doesn't want to talk to all these people up here. So, oh, yes, darling. What now?
No,
Mistake. Okay. She pressed the wrong button. Anyway, so yeah, she wants me to go and look at some car stuff. Help me understand what needs to be done with the car. I used to do most of my own mechanic work. I just don't know how that gas system works. I need to do some research on it, but it's something I'm not familiar with. But yes, do I have any chance to plans to go back to Australia? The only thing that would make me go back to Australia right now, Stan, would be if I wanted to repackage all my what do you call it, financial arrangements. Like my investments. But right now, my investments are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I've got 2 of those investments mature December next year. That may force me to go back to Australia to do a new investment portfolio. I don't know yet. It's 15 months away, so I'm not too fussed. I'm very much Thai these days. When it's a week out, then I'll make a plan to do something. But outside that, there's nothing really keeps me. There's nothing really makes me think about going back to Australia to have anything to do with Australia. My daughter hasn't read, apart from all the clones. My daughter still hasn't reached out for me. Right? She knows I do the YouTube channel. I don't even know if she watches. Right? Maybe that's all she needs to know about her father. And my ex-wife, we still stay in touch on Facebook. But she's in England, so I don't need to go to Australia to see her. If I wanted to catch up with her, I'd go to England. But yeah, so I don't see anything to go back to Australia for, unless, of course, the Australian government, did something that forced me to go home. Anyway, on the MG, I know she wants me to announce MG. It's one of the brands I have been looking at, but I believe here in Thailand they don't have a good resale value. So you'd be very sort of careful about buying. If you want a car that's going to last a long time, be easily serviceable at a minimal amount of cost, you stick to Toyota or Honda. That's pretty much the rule of thumb that everybody agrees to over here that I've talked to. That's foreigners and Thai people. MG still haven't really been long enough in the marketplace here to be considered to be one of those long-lasting brands, considering the fact that they pretty much failed in England. And if they didn't move their manufacturing to India, then they would be still failed. Yes, darling. Yeah. I tell you, I'm making it 2 minute, okay? 2 minute. Okay, look, she wants me to go. So look, I'm gonna wrap it up here, guys. So, thanks for tuning in. It's been great having you all sort of, part of the show for today. Definitely give some thought to getting onto the Discord so we can actually have more of a sort of one-on-one voice communication. Again, your Putchi won't be there, you'll just be on the voice. It'll be live time and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to wrap it up here. Let's have our theme tune playing while we wrap it up and